Also, no way, I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC, they come here. You ask the relevant questions. Issues are discussed, and I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up, keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi, consistently practice your law. You can combine. You can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism. Do your media work. But practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. So honorable Akwaba Bokode
Obi. Me who watch it. Only Naya Miti only any your authoritative presentations. Me da sepa me da se mo officiapa.
Afipapa nko ho.
Officiapa ma wutiru any Dominic and the entire production team.
Sure.
You've held your fort strongly. Mobwe Juma, I think Omen Yimu credible media outlet and that's a media platform. Anybody, it's a privilege to appear on this platform. It's radio. And for and on behalf of the minority caucus, entire caucus, having extended a hand of invitation. Some of my say I'm better heavy now.
Obi. Also Obi. Obi Kasusu But I must commend you for the work you did for Mother Ghana when you team in 2023. It will amaze you to know. I mean, Chia from Penning for Muti. I don't know if they want me to put their names out there, but Minima Sofo Ghana, the fathers of the charismatic Pentecostal faith, are muti this platform.
Amen.
And they listen. The last time I met one of them and said, "Oh, Asempa Asempa de Miti every time, yeah.
Wow.
Miti Obi, he's doing very well."
Wow.
So it just tells you the impact that you are making.
Chief Baine, Akwaba na apom to then.
Bonsu.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibia boko.
Oh, Yakubona dum bibia dadin. Na waso apom.
Nyamena dum kakra. Ye pim so kakra.
Asempa awuna uchi nyina wa kire de so apara. Ghana ha ye nyo 200 abira. Won dunya rambo morokodu bia obama ya so at.
Fantastic.
Ghana manda wonas.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And now show me Wikipedia or some recognize me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. As na kwa me bidiako.
Okay.
No na me kana quite say Jay-Z.
Denison Carter.
Oko check it. Wikipedia is here or be connected the two. Nti and dey almost share how nipa ebodi no. No, mudi combining and no mu ye search engine.
Oh, okay. And it means that cheddar and a nickname, no, and a nickname.
Cheddar nickname. I just say Obi. It's you the cheddar namaka Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, Miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be
say? And the Honorable John Jinaponi attending Kano. Dudu na Obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawono nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposawo no ese Ekosi inti yebom abaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya meka ya na maybe more bono. More ye program, more political program, more something. And now come on, station a war, a ye gunja, and kay program ya bonra. And now come pay so a war, a year man pusia, and come on, Nairi program. Now, see, a number one kind idea. Gaman Ekosiisen. Sorry, that's it. Nice one.
And I want to thank God for Asempa FM 94.7, Osei Bonsu, Obi, and Mahinin Kabna Santi. These two people played the tape the whole week. I'm a very keen listener to 94.7. And I listen to them every day. 2 o'clock, I'm on it. Because they bring issues out. They help our God and our country. And they also deal with current issues bothering our country. And they put their lives on the line and talk about sensitive issues. Give it up for 94.7 for the work they do, plus other stations. But this is my station, and I listen to them every time. And I want to congratulate Osei Bonsu and Kabna Santi for the work they're doing for God and country. Hallelujah.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Asempa FM, Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode, Asempa nabo.
Bonsu our Asempa, the brand mama. Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so
Obi. And I think PPAs are under wash a sign. Meaning say when you add up all the PPAs you signed back down to additional generation capacity of saying. Do you remember? The top of my head. 1,005 megawatts. Okay.
Metumwada. Sebi adibu wa ujaya was so to me you free me. Yes sir. Ebe send ya we free musu peso be free. Metuma dream. Dia me pen se me hu se ye koye nim. Aye boy wona adi ye de ekosu yi. Me dia minim ye dear mini will bone say ye de kaka those are the ones sorry a juma said me there just say axa tunu I started ye juma cry even before I was say ready say a juma ye were waste was system no more young close gap ye close gap no waste na yet me being koy nim nti say bi mu ka solar solar is inductive power and your power your generation yeah like your industry sorry not generation industry
more for
residential it is some commodity standard but see I was see a dream your friend say you know baby I back me say energy security no obi who make sure say when you dey here nyina answer na why dey energy security no. It means for the instance no, to plug the stop gap no me patch out say yen hwe ni entimin close gap no with some form of storage for during the day
excess
during the day no
before we even think of additional thermal power say be contracted fresh
sa pepe yetimi close sa gap na cause we say na PR no ka say there at the end progression it's a fluid. He's right. And you're static. But as you are going up no, too big. Too big. From now too big. I don't know too big. Chito. Utimi chito. Later no better.
I think that point is a very, very solid point. But
Aban way has been overwhelmed from day one. Okay, so me catch you. You can say overwhelmed that you can't say any trick or anything. From a human ankasa omoji and obi from to the extent that sector by sector by sector, as a omo to wa ne pure musumpo film no muyema show, and then they don't know what to do or how to go about it, and that is what is beginning to reflect every aspect of the Ghanaian life. Talk of cocoa, talk of teachers, talk of nurses, talk of public sector, civil servants, talk of electricity, talk of water. There are people in this country since October 2025. We are aware. 2025 October. Everywhere. And the reason is the same. It is because Aban we own MPP for check here. No more than we maybe because as we had the last time, and honorable dresser say this government has been checked and they don't realize it. Instead of focusing and getting the work done. Anytime I say someone fixing Bibima or mine, instead of fixing a number of MPP, almost say MPP 4 years, do saying, so they have set their sights on the opposition party instead of getting the work actually done. And see, KPIs, they are more focused on how much more they think they have done more than the MPP than how much impact the Omo Yeno is having on the people. And that is the exact same with the Doomso situation. Oh, yeni kania o MPP for buy omo ye de do saying. Na kania mo do MPP for crown so muntina ye dum kania. We na BB MPP, but the people are suffering. And that's why we are here today. I have listened to all the NDC people, and all I tell them is, listen, you are falling on your own sword. One kasa one sema okaye me wo energy minister videos mako 9 and kono. Who's a ranking member for energy? Yes. Obi, in some kafa energy sector, no no opposition. Sansemo and they were contradicting Nina, but who create no indifferent. Or Kaya catching and saying the first 100 days, ECG problems to solve it. Videos in now, be only in 100. Menoka say, Prosper, Pussy, the friend is saying, John Jenapo video now, or say, in the first 100 days of fixing ECG, Pussy. There are 9 of such videos. One would have expected Senka or Ba Baimuno. Oh, no opportunity by energy minister. Immediately, fixes this country in the past 2 months, I experienced one of the most devastating energy crises ever seen. In fact, the mother of all Doomso periods, 2013-2016, cry and drew away. Because when we said 2013-2016, you say you do Mokania Monday and Opa, Ebeba Wednesday and Numre, and Ebeba Tuesday. Like you know a certain shadow. Obi and Nemeno Kasi in the past 2 months. Kaniano, it will do 5 times in a day. 5 times in a day. 5 times. And grab me young lady be running coastal. We're trading them in egu. We're trading in egu. Me who hospital be a crowd baby. Yes, you want to OPD them. And the last time Ghana experienced something like this was in 2013-2016, where businesses were shutting down, people were losing money because of energy crisis under the same NDC. And they are clueless. And the reason why I make us almost clueless and I say, what's your reasons a woman and it's a woman problem no? Because someone in problem now and come on boss and man say nothing they go through. And yesterday I was listening to your research team and they were spot on. They were spot on. I was listening to them, they were spot on. Obi because over Kaya, even when we were in opposition, I used to tell you, when we were in government, I used to tell you, say Ghana, your problem with energy has always been generation. I know doesn't mean say available capacity in the hole. Available capacity in the hole. Nemo Obi, so when young sika and toho fan war, as what generators who are now this caliber fuel. Or acquire a bit when yakania, but when this caliber fuel, I won't decania. That's our problem. That is basically our problem. All the other issues with the technical transmission, distribution challenges in idea, Obi, and no a going concern. Those are things that, as you are even fixing it today, you are supposed to be preparing for the way out in the next 10, 15 years or 5 years. Internet there, won't find your excuse. But the question all Ghanaians should be asking ourselves today is, genuinely, do we really think that this government has really stepped back and tried to find solution? No. They are rather in a hurry to deflect the problem. Omuye in a hurry. Oh, we are fixing it because in the last 8 years there was no such solution. MPP funtia anka 8 years in komo yeya anka yambedu baby ebedri. And then the pastor who said do big bar transformers na mu kra na mo say we are fixing no. Eyem na mo to mba ile go. Mba ile go. Omo ntre o contract omo ma ya omo de to sa transformers. Transformers were there, bought by the MPP government. The reason was because it was part of the MPP government, a friend is saying, a maintenance program, Obekaya, apart from Sa transformers, there were even other things in Pukwase, Kaswa, bulk supply. There were so many other bulk supplies, and I'll take you through it. May the data be my Benghazi, and this is what I'm going, because I would prefer, there's been a lot of conversation on the whole week. I want to focus on the data. And your guys at the
research desk, a
lot of work. And see, most of the things they've spoken of, Obi. This is the previous government investment in the energy sector. Say NDC ni biya be catch say abanda no buy no one year investment biya enuti ne kan ye ndundum ni ade a menfen dia grow. It means that ye nyen free problem na ye wo mu because on tie problem na se cause the problem na se ankon kasasa. Obi new generation capacity power fufura abanda be kan ho MPP abandoned the back generation capacity no 1,648 megawatts. Calm down. Why? Yeah, very intellectual. Yeah, very intellectual. Obi 202,520 communities in our buying connected the car electric national grid. In all, no, by the time you fear bemuno, now you increase national electricity access from 84% to 88.85%. Obi street lights. I provided across the country 990 kilometers in total. I'm just giving you data. It's important. It's important because you keep hearing them say, Obi, renewable energy, 171.8 megawatts. In fact, it was 140% growth. In terms of the Ebeto, we increased renewable energy, which is the solar, power generation. You increased it by 140%. Obi, mema breakdown. Power generation did new. AXA Asogli, you had 603 megawatts in a bekan home. Sen Power, which is AXA phase 2, you had 490 megawatts in a bekan home. Amandi TT2PP, you had 239 megawatts in a bekan home. Early Power, you Bui Solar, no early Power, you had 161 megawatts in a bekan home. Damai, and also Bui Solar. You had 79 megawatts in the back home. VR4 AS solar, Calio phase 2, and you have 19 megawatts. And early power expansion, 56 megawatts. In all, 1,648. But about Benghazi, okay, great. Benghazi, okay, next page now, and I may canon next page, And no, any power generation, you had the bedding. Ebeka, will be my body now, Mama breakdown in 2017, particularly, you had the AXA. 188 megawatts, any Asogli power 180 megawatts, any car power 235, and a bar 2017. 2018, yeah, the AXA phase 2 110 megawatts, Sen Power boom 360 megawatts, and a Me Energy 20 megawatts in a Becca home. Benghazi next one, I make a third page, And at 2019, yeah, the TT2P 7 megawatts, Amandi Power 203 megawatts, Gensa Energy 29 megawatts, a Becca home. Then we have a total of 239. 2020, any day Bui early power, any Bui solar, any VR solar. In fact, 2019 it was mainly solar. Any Rebecca that was 162. And at Damai Gensa 28 megawatts. And a Bui expansion 41, VR solar 10, and on the bar 2021. 2023 a VR for the Calio phase 2 Becca on 15. And a Bui power floating solar bino. Okay, it's a Bui power floating solar bino. 4 megawatts and we are 19. And at 2024, early power additional tranche 56 megawatts. Total 1,648 megawatts. Obi, this is the fact. This is the fact.
Yes, MPP they say now modern opposition be there any opposition in kra no e be pam o free ho. Not just say opposition kro mo nim ye. Na miracles bet na ho ka say Mahama ba 16 months no dum so about 7 months. Na chese wo mu Ghana for what as office Ghana for ye no ma bia ye dadua so anyansa ne ye tirima na Ghana no no kwa na ye de ye tim oh meti ase oh na ye say obi from abone bo obi na o ka se odi ahopepre betua ne ka wan hwe ya obegya wo na ye gu e bi na miracles ayi o mo fi say 2016 ye tumi na ye nya ye no ye de atro ketrema te say de na wo ye na beje tumi no into omonso about opposition to omonso nye but Ghanaians are very discerning. Obi, let's put the issues in proper perspective. Over and yama mienu MPP for jina so pa miracles osun wo TV so nyina say ma Ghana for nto aba mayi Ramahama na oba ebeba ba ku yedum so omoso to aba mama hama odi dum so beba miracles ya na cancer I can you and also to aba mama hama obese twa free education yura mahama ba inshran Kenya me free education wanya dey wentwam ekuyi wa ye ama na ye kama kra chan se ne na wo ho no na dum so no ana omunim se yura mahama ba beba na omo kan with certainty no na wo bone a omadi in the energy sector. That is why they were so sure say yura mahama ba dum so be de beba because what most an ye obi sen ye kano in 8 years no MPP for and shed investment papa bia in the energy sector. And I'm also going to give you the data. You do the comparative analysis and you know what I'm talking about. Yes, Miracle say in 8 years, almost 1,600 megawatts, which is a lie. But assuming without admitting, assuming without admitting, said you can cry and cry. Yura Mahama as a 2013 obey president. No, now you installed capacity, about 2,500. All free abemwa kononi and then 5,000. In 4 years he added about 2,500 megawatts. What you say? Into 8 years. In 8 years, you see, in 8 years now Obana will say the 1,000. Say, oh, the assume is 1,006 no cry no cry. That is. You can say you under invested in the energy sector as far as generation. I'm glad you are not saying. Please, no, not just a man. Man, bibi papa bia. Mobile, Mosi Yera Mahama. So you can say. As far as we are concerned, no, man, you be papa be as far as generation is concerned, and FM. Mobile, most of Mahama, excess capacity, honor take or pay, they buy generation, you cry, you need the day. In 8 years, want to me and you be papa be. But Obi, this is what I want Miracle to know in the energy sector. Say energy consumption, and I say demand for energy and static. Afibiano, your demand for energy will grow by about 20%. In this all ya buying now ban one yes I investment and now by 1,600 send ye ujan for cano in 8 years. Now they compare Mahama 2,500 in 4 years no. That is a what D sa a year sector no bro because we installed capacity is not your dependable capacity. We be so unim sa. And now within even your installed capacity no you need reserve margin. Meboa. And now we installed capacity, no, your transmission and distribution losses. And you need about 2,000 megawatts more than your dependable capacity to reserve margin. Yes, to cater for all this loss. Now about 8 years, not just our Fibiano, the number they come Ukraine do 200 megawatts. So when we say you people underinvested and answer man shada and you be papa biano. It's a statement of fact. Or they compare Mahama 4 years or 2000. Now I can do so. Obi, you see.
But you should also say, when you take over now excess Obi and a number, Obi and I add them up no not be Obi and I make us say and no Obi make catch us mobile near excess capacity. Your money interpreting this in 2017 there was. You see, yeah say we belong it was not bad in itself. Obi good. Just the cost on the state. No Obi at every point in time you need excess capacity. You need reserve margin. No, you need excess capacity. You need reserve, not excess. Reserve margin. Reserve margin. What reservoir in case of any emergency? The reason why you need excess, you need the excess to cater for the transmission losses. The transmission and the distribution losses should not be part of the 18% reserve margin, right or wrong. And we belong to the West African power pool. Sure. Energy generative so the argument about reserve was moot about excess was moot because Adebia will be at the Abruya so be a Cote d'Ivoire for Tama Iska, Burkina for Tama Iska, and to now they are not binary generator. Some Kotonga Sikana Woje. It will be another crack as now we are a net exporter of power. Into more truck Moketrema, I say, walk at Rema, a pine in one instance, most of my beto SS Yabomoka, in another instance, most so that is the first point.
Now, me experience with a me too quite power. I've gone to so many countries. Yakasu be a flyer, my flying. Now, my experience na yeko Busan. Hope you are senior conference. Na edu baby no.
pilot no catch say ontimi nye bibia.
Oh. Hey, now it's movie.
Na metimubi Emirates. E Korea. O say ontimi nye bibia.
Entimunya dey.
O say
mu si ana.
E no catch ayi for no. Ono so obi antena se. Na me show turbulent say me nua kwame. It's turbulent dey me show pa. But pilots be catch me say turbulence dey nyi hu. But say your friend is saying pilot kase hostess entrance dey anasem no. O catch so ntimi nya hwe.
Ntia hostess entrance na chobe fan kwahwe fom.
So hostess entrance na pipe na sem na me be ka no. Ntia ho na me start say bompa yisa me bottom na me use a point of contact me ma no dem si nyankopon me your ba be si a me hwe nkola se na wo fa me a wan na be hwe sa nkola mami bi entimi hwe ne papa bi entimi hwe wo mo me ma no magya wo mo no say na me sasapon na me boss o si o hwe me a wo si me be ku akola na ne mai wan na be hwe wo mo ti me bompa yisa me te say at the end as stabilizing. Na a pilot na back. Or somebody prayed. I guess.
Okay, somebody prayed, I guess.
Yes, was somebody prayed, I guess. Something surprising has happened. The atmosphere has cleared.
And on pie boy, Juma. Prayer warrior na ya. Ono na ma yo bompa sa agu yaso.
Me corner me ko Portugal. Na utim say turbulence and catching Yankopon say God, if you are here in the sky, if you are here with us, show me that you are here. Me see me trying to me dane men in a rainbow.
Aba.
Tini pot me chenam say rainbow no na ya me hu hwe. Nam say rainbow. Me see obi rainbow no any ye course till we landed. When we landed and vanished. Intino sa ewiem because yo wonam wiem a woni ewiem tumi na ediesie o ti ase tumi e wo wiem nti woni ewiem tumi e na ediesie wo asase so ade asase tumi e na ediesie nti ese se wutimi ma sa weapons no of warfare no wutimi ye den eyi sa weapons no keys in the word in the Bible, the word in the Quran. I don't know Quran words no, but as I say wutimi eyi keys no, because you see say warfare ni ho anka Nyankopon anka wo Bible mu say warfare wo ho.
And I'll say 25% of the fund for construction of 24-hour economy model market.
Sure.
But 25% is a lot of money.
25
going to marketing.
We are building the market na ye kono is no enye the normal market ya unim. Once Ghana ha no se wo hwa kajetia na office 1 phase 2.
Yes.
Abanko bobu se no BC no. Apart from that, this a kotokraba ena ho ena Kandeshi market.
Yes.
Kandeshi market na wo ho no wa ho ni feso e wo Ghana babia. But aban bi di si nanim se ne susu se e wo se osi Ghana market nkasa. Ene ba na ya ja na yesisi nduane apata ndu be kwa kra bia so a ye maame nom omo asisi shed bi na kire bi so no tiase e hona all spending the major part of his life obi betime adidwa agbobrosi dwa we so ewia no so sa 30 years 40 years na hona odidwa a ohwe ne school. At least every district president mama say yenye decent market emom na sa market na ye no enye market ya obeko na ebia KVIP bi obi pe baabi ayesisi no ko edin obi pe baabi akoto aduan papa di kwa edin obi pe baabi akwa change over cry edin enti sa market na ye ka se omonse no eye the government major flagship policy of the 24 hour market in operation enti nye ordinary market keke enya a marketer who see with specification who see police station room police for be wo ho ombe ye adwuma 24/7 enti ewio omukasa obi apake ne normal bia oba na obi aba be yibi enim ye wo police station or market wa
and only for every district bia the police station be wo
all the model
I saw Tamale there no me who design
the same thing
across the district,
across all district capitals, all district assemblies in the country. In the year 261 districts of Ghana, into AC 261 or search market.
Because I heard you say Tamale Diana F.
And we are metro.
I say other ones.
Precisely. Who said, who district be no more population? Nipaki be now see market yes. Even electricity costs, the maintenance costs, the management costs, the operation costs, the economy. Into your far consultants for. Emma, your more designing different models of markets. Emma, you call district. No, say district. No, your district. Your municipals and your metropolis. A district is a population of 75,000 people. A municipal is a population of 95,000 people.
Yes.
A metropolis is a population of 250,000 people. And the Tamale South and a Tamale Central, and no two districts are comprising the Tamale Tamale Metropolitan Assembly. In the South two constituencies, no Haruna Idrisu and a Professor Khalifa. Omumbi enu districts no ene Tamale Metropolitan Market na yekoye no. So se wo nipa 250,000 o kosi dwa mo a e was a chain nipa 75,000.
Sure.
Enti bilisenti yewo metropolitan size, municipal size and a district size. Me was a district assembly. Ye nipa na wo ho no endorse ti say Tamale Central. Into Mimi market no enye to say district Tamale Central.
Design be the same, but size never ketwa.
Design no enye the same.
Okay.
Ye be yi
normally
asem de ho a nyaka hwe ade ba ko amunya hu ye say all the big boys are so for big boys no Ghana han. And then what dan dem ho presidential advisors. Or you don't know. Jata play ni see form no. On mo see hu aso for. Wo I don't mean to see them. Wahoo!
On the plane.
Jatano, there be President Mama. No, because President Mama ACF plane him no. Naso for Bisusi.
Who can on the trip?
Okay. Say no, as of for no. Omunka, Amai one same you. Oma, no, Omoye saints. They were Omuna at that time who they ye. Said the Nekufuado on no support to LGBT. Kill. Plus. They rose up against the Nekufado and the Sankophone Yamun Kasabiu. O just overcome Asempa and rabbit say Eben come Asemo CT come with them Adum TV. Eben come as a real or some of our friend. Say, hey, touch on my anointed and do my problem. Somebody touch on my anointed queen. Touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Na mo aso fo mpedifo na mo di se mu ogana ha o se nka
announce when you have trade
that's the point I'm making.
The first one among that's also part of the democracy. But
there be a hypocrisy.
No, I get that you can make that way, but you can't force them to talk.
I'm not forcing them to. I'm just making a point. Say,
okay.
Omo hwe nyame ni paso.
Yes.
Nyame ni pa no ye wo NDC for ha ne before. Now they also utim no NDC ninti. O de MBD ba o kana se wanye. Ba we bada so mo ye bonya onka. O se na o ye heavy bound. O boa.
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinie Ekosiise nie Bonsu awon minisempa de brane mama Obi som Oribo
Ekosiise wo Asempa FM Ekosiise Asempa FM Ekosiise Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie
Oribo
Ekosiise wo Asempa FM Ekosiise wo Asempa FM Obi na bado biba obibo
Ekosiisen nie Bonsu our Asempa the brand mama Obi so
Asempa FM so ne mraso se de Ekosiisen dwumedie no ebebrem ma ye na munyina asese mwanya ye ho abotre ama ya san so aba inframamu ebio midi twem se unfortunately mo amotie yen ewo radio so you would realize our radio is off, transmission on radio is off due to a very, very, very terrible technical challenge. But yeah, technicians and engineers negosua or moshe atotonioma. And what we've decided would bring you the show for now on YouTube. Into YouTube, you just have to search for Asempa 94.7 FM. Na wait to me ashayen etie so ewo. And we delayed in coming on air because ne yehwese and kanioma nyina betimi atotom na yase aba back live on radio na chese yetimi di show no abremo but yehu se a delay kakra technicians ni go so engineers ni go so ebo won homoden se ye radio transmission be san aba back but we are now doing this on YouTube live yenim se nipa bebre na so across the world and a sharing live on YouTube and they say what tuning in a sharing with YouTube call a friend, tell another friend say on radio we are off, but on YouTube you can watch us. And the ones who internet in Quadie, Uncle YouTube, na on share Asempa 94.7 FM, Ekosiisen Jumedie, ewo YouTube. Medin your say Bonsu from you. Be my minna production team and I say Dominic Kisiya Boa Nana Chumberima Jackson Osei Tiamo Ebenezer Tete Oman Hine Kwabena Sante ena Ekuya Boachiwa Yadom. And you acquire boy me di Ekosiisen Bremono. Your Care Charcoal Toothpaste, Millennium Insurance, Franco Trading Enterprise, Tabia Herbal, EcoBank Ghana, Haxa Capsules and Mixture, Africa Queen Mackerel, Syntex Tank, Siblings Roofing Sheet, Max Buy, Sasso Spray, and Imaros Home Decor. And me kwen eboa yen se Ekosiisen dwumedie yen hwe na yen fa emremo. Let me acknowledge some of you are more sharing YouTube. And you don't have to miss every bit of the action and another any bit of the action and because and then you want Sembebre na eka His Excellency the President that call Akosombo and to go and have that first-hand information on the Ekoso control station I share turbines that started about on stream so far 4 are on stream yɛhwɛ sɛ mmienu ba bɛka ho na yɛhwɛ how anioma ABC akointi will be touching base with the team in Akosombo na yɛne wɔn edi enkomo but let me acknowledge Emmanuel Owusu a wɔhwɛ from Staten Island ɛwɔ New York in the US of A. A day is it a wisdom? And a day wisdom. Say good evening, Obi. Thank you. Watching you from Akwetia, I am Osei, DIO for Denchembo District Assembly. Oh, that's a district information officer for Denchembo. Elvis Osei, that's it. Thanks for watching. Charles Cheneboa says, watching you live from Innova Alexandria Hospital, Virginia, US of A. Watching you live from Binduri, Obi. Binduri. Where's Obi? My name is Daniel Efum Dakwa. I'm listening to you from Hackensack, New Jersey. This is my favorite show. Thank you. Thank you so much. Joshua Opoku says, good day, Obi. I'm watching you all the way from Dallas, Texas. Have a nice day. Thank you. Dallas, my very favorite place in the US of A. Dallas, Texas. Wow. Weisa Obi, I am also watching you from Jasikan in the UT region. Oh, okay. Adair Wisdom here, that's it. Emmanuel Owusu says, Obi, what is causing your radio to go off? Is it Dumso? Ima, transmitter wa hwere asena problem abaho. Yes, inti yegusua yehwe se yebetimi a resolve. Michael Penny says, Obi, we brutal. Michael, me you did too much. Where's Obi? What is going on this year? Health workers recruitment is not good at all. Health ministry should set up a JYAO there and no. Comensa or pillar 2. Comensa ye chiao song. Me say bibia ekwe. That's Domi pillar 2. Yeah, that's say. Watching you live from the Little Republic of Enyan Ebasa, Penyin Nyamfo Edie and no. Obi, I'm watching you live from Osei Chrome Bands 11. That's your name on YouTube. Where's Obi? My name is Nana. God bless. I'm watching you from Hamburg, Germany. Greetings to my former boss, Oman Hene Kwabena Asante. Okay. Where's Obi? I'm watching you live from Laurel in Maryland. Derek, thank you. This one says, Obi, watching you live from Mampong. That's Asante Mampong. Kwesin Siane. And I say I'm for J. Chrome Asante Mampong. Wait, Obi, I'm Robbie from last stopover, our community 20 show. Asiko Darling or Massachusetts, Worcester specifically. Wait, Obi, this is Andrew Osei, NPP Canada Deputy Organizer, watching you live from Brampton, Ontario. My regards to JFK and Nana Lloyd. Obi, I'm watching you live from Ulu in Finland. Have a nice day. Samuel Otre Abaye Edie Enono. We say Obi, watching you from Everton, New Jersey. Thanks for your service. Thank you. And I thank you that you always watch us here on YouTube. Obi, any update on the Saglemi housing project? Okay, the Saglemi, the good news, and it's the project is underway. LMI Holdings and the Ghanaian indigenous company Muwini bid no to rebuild the whole Saglemi. And they are to say Umugusu ye Juma den. I mean, the issues with Saglemi were I think 3 major issues. Now, central sewage system na ebi eniho. And there was no way human beings could have lived there. Now electricity a issue and ensue. And I think they are working on all of that, and then Nioma amount for area ewo dine ho ne adoma san affix ne yoma ni nyina na o ma start ton. And the last time I checked na omu wi a eboa omo de beton adan no, I mean they look very affordable. I mean so wunya 2-bedroom apartment for $31,000. That's cool, you know. And we would come back and deal with Saglemi some more, but that's the little information I made to me and actually. We say Obi, I'm watching you live from Hamburg. We are brutal, we are tough. Ben Osei, Yadase, Kingsley Ej, Osei Osei from London in the United Kingdom. Obi watching you from Columbus, Ohio. I'm also from Mansomo Siaso. Oh, you don't mean it. Isaac Apia. Wow. That's cool. I like that, Charlie. Mansomo Siaso to the whole Yase. We say Obi, shout outs to the whole Asempa FM crew, Kofi Owatema, and Odiwe Abre, and sorry, American Akano. Say, what tune into your radio, and I say, Emma, don't worry, in free, if and that's why we are streaming and bringing you the show today only on YouTube for now until such a time you best sort your transmission issues no near back live on air for more mutie on radio. But for now, we are doing YouTube live. If you join us, and let's bring this show, for you. We say happy birthday to my darling wife, Mrs. Golda Mary, Mami Naki Azu Bampo. Mrs. Golda Mary, Mami Naki Azu Bampo. Oh, and the CEO of the National Health Insurance Authority, Dr. Victor Bampo Neyere Enono. Gold Mary and a Golda Mary. Mrs. Golda Mary. Mami Naki Azu Bampo. Charlie. We got a quadomaga, no way fell down. Into the picture and in stream no Dr. Victor Bampo Neyere Enono. And the message is that you are the backbone of my life. And I love you very much. Indeed, that's the message from your husband, Dr. Victor Bampo, to you, Golda Mary, Mami Naki Azu Bampo. Have a fantastic birthday. We say, Obi, good afternoon from Helsinki in Finland. You are loud and clear in my humble abode. Greetings to DOSA executives, led by Justice Bar and the 1990-year group of Great Domas, popularly known as Supermos. Great Domas. Now Domas is the Domas Secondary School. Elder Samuel Anini. Domas Secondary School now and then we take it from there. But good afternoon to you and the family, all the way in Helsinki, Finland. Obi, I am sure the Dumso has consumed your station. Gamel from Ewutu Obrachere. Gamel Yedase. We say Obi, good afternoon. Kindly wish Akosia V8 of Coco Melon Freddy's Pub inside Kwabenya a happy birthday in advance for me. That's for Mr. Fred in Texas, US of A. Your mom, Madame Abina Ajewa, Mrs. Buama, Mrs. Ouswe Free, Papa J, and the Chatno Ako family in Brekuso, and the entire staff of Coco Melon Freddy's Pub says have a fantastic birthday celebration tomorrow. Master P wa London Eddie Way Abrey. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Your WhatsApp message, number no. Obi, I'm listening to you live from Coventry in the UK. My name is Opoku Michael. Opoku, you're Coventry, they know what here. Chairman Nicholas Ohini Jekum and the rest of our listeners were Coventry, I'm especially Omwe Canley. Oh, Coventry, fantastic place. Yao Seth from Austin, Texas. I say good day, Obi. A happy 75th birthday to my mom, Grace and Sanya of Austin, Texas. Obi, good afternoon. I'm listening to you live via YouTube. I'm bright Enterprise Insurance Company, Kumasi Mbrom branch. We are super, Obi. Thank you, my brother. We wish you well. Obi, good afternoon. Watching you live from Virginia Woodbridge. My name is Ajua Osei Deborah. Ajua Osei Deborah. Thanks for watching. We appreciate it so much. We say, Obi, good afternoon. Some South Africans are maltreating fellow Africans and it's pathetic. Kindly stop playing their song before the start of Ekosiisen saying, am I petty? I don't know. Kingsley. Kingsley Goshmello, Ontario in Canada. We say, Obi, good afternoon to you. I hope you are doing well. Yes, I am. Please, this is... okay. Into Obi say Obusa say GRA for so I started a frefre or more apply to join custom service no and okay that's fine. It's a very important point. We say Obi, good afternoon. I think I've dealt with this one from Kumasi Mbrom. In the end, yebesha siena yedi enkomo ene because we are streaming only on YouTube. Yeni radio nintin. We thought we would acknowledge a lot of you are more tuning in. Obi, good day. This is Big Mo watching you live from Calgary in Canada, and Obi, I'm watching you live from Vienna in Austria. I am Ryan Kentebako. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Obi, please, we need the update on the gold traceability program. As proud as we are of Gold Board, we want to be sure of our water bodies. Okay, Michael Penny, thank you. I think the gold traceability is top on the agenda of the Gold Board for this year. And it would say, Obi, please, you guys should condemn the politicization of the Asempa chieftaincy issues. See Poku or Paris in France. We say, Obi, my name is Samuel Tre Ajeman. I'm watching you live from Marietta, Georgia, inside Atlanta. And this one is watching us from Essen in Germany. Kwesi Amwako, yedas papa for always doing the listening and also making time to watch us. We appreciate it. We say Obi. So, anyways. One other story in Sura was the president of the Ghana Journalist Association is heading to the Supreme Court over the alleged misuse of the Electronic Communications Act against journalists. Saosha, and in recent times, no, one law as a subject of abuse by the Electronic Communications Act. And you recall say any obiaka bibiana police work of almost say publication of false news intended to create fear and panic. And nipa binom are likened to the criminal libel law, because I mean we got to a point where we said say obi etrena dwena say or make it defamatory comment, you can institute a civil action against the person, and that brought in its wake the repeal of the criminal libel law. But with the Electronic Communications Act, that provision in there about publication of false news intended to create fear and panic and other associated laws. GJ President, if we say it is being used to abuse a man for rights to free speech. He is heading to the Supreme Court. Eddie and why he's making this move. But we said greetings to the incoming Assistant Secretary for Gomoa Central, Ebenezer Aqua. Gomoa Central will surely see the light with you. Very well. And we'll be dealing with that. And the communications manager for the Energy Ministry in Subedin Kobo all the way from Akosombo na ya hwe dwumadia eno mampanyi kokodi hawa nioma esi ekoye enti moma yen so all of those interviews no yebeye edi amamo ene. But we say Obi, I'm watching you from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and we are waiting for the Black Stars here. Sevo Jomo, very well. Emmanuel Asaria Koto also was Staten Island, also sharing with New York. We say Obi, good day to you and your formidable team. This is Ohineba Kofi Onyina doing the listening at KNUST School of Business. Happy birthday to Mary Fusua at KSB. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. KNUST. Okay. Obi, I'm in Woodbridge, Illinois. A&O Braiding Shop. My greetings to my mother, Mami Bay of Achim Achiase. In the Bismarck Boafo, A&O Braiding Shop, Woodbridge, Illinois, and Osei, Yedase. We say Osei from Mepe in Agotigagome, and also Osei, Agotigagome. Wow. Anyways, enti mamemfa we intwem na fe yenhwe ne yenkwa homa ne so nkwhyase eni enkomo ana okay mamemhwe times ye betimi afa community concern be mienu miensa bia na yato as numbers no ye 0302 216545 0302 216546 and 0548955947. Said the makanene we are off radio into more sharing on YouTube live no and mubetimi afre na modemo community concern nso atoja 0302 216545 0302 216546 and 0548 955 947 ofre ode o community concern no ebetuja amayin ba se ope insurance papa wo Ghana ha ene dia edin ba ko pe ne wose ba utrim Millennium Insurance mono a one stop shop insurance bia wo pese motor property insurance, marine travel insurance, all forms of insurance, and they've got you covered. Millennium Insurance, we are very fast, very reliable. When life throws you surprises, Millennium makes sure you are ready. Call them today on 0501 418 228 0501 418 228 and insure the unexpected before the unexpected insures you. Millennium Insurance Company, your trustworthy partner. More mobile phones at all. You are soon away, mame. Say a Nokia, a Samsung, iPhones, all other mobile phone brands. Baby also will call a barcope. A Franco Trading Enterprise. And the electronic appliances account. In this I will pay smart television sets, Franco air conditioners, chest freezers and refrigerators, open washing machine, microwave blenders, electronic stove, and as an electric stove, and a CCTV camera are a state of the art. A boy juma pa. Nini now Franco Trading Enterprise, and they say order on any of their digital platforms are yeah, 40% discount. And they download their app from the Google Play Store and as I call francotrading.com ubit my shopping you know honey amount 40% discount for 0246 422 338 0246 422 338 still Franco a phone papa a fee anyhow enti ubetimi anyone edi enkomo ma yenhwe if yebenya callers nibia na yahwe afawonti 0302 216545 0302 216546 and 0548 955 947 we say Obi good day, please wish my son Jason a speedy recovery from Liquid. Oh, Pokwase Mayera. Okay. Obi, I wish my dad, DCOP Samuel Amisa of the police headquarters, a happy birthday. Good evening, Obi. Watching you live from your very own Aberdeen in Scotland. Wow. Aberdeen, Scotland. Charlie. Aha. Enti, Mami say yenya Obi wa homa. Good afternoon. Okay. My enfani and trust Ekosiisen saying so high Asempa 94.7 FM. Where say Obi, I'm watching you live from New York City. Good job, thank you. In the Moses train, so Manchester and Osei. Moses train, yadase Papa Panyame in show na onye kese. In the Makwa Homano so na yedi enkomo Albert Jumfo GJA president. Me ene nkasa ye ba na ya shase afamo calls no. President Akwaba net saying hello. Hello, President.
Hello.
Aha, what's a minka?
Macha tonka na macha zumpo mtu so.
Nyame adome ho ye papa. Nyame adome.
Yede wadiase.
Good. Inti yate se wodi wani airtrem Supreme Court over what you call the misuse of the Electronic Communications Act against journalists. No cresa.
Yo, Bob say didi kana mintia etiefo ne ona ohwe on social media platforms na so afi so no me mama money jumapa sanse DJ some of you make us proud sanse we dey mood you know we are exhibiting high level professionalism and the kind of work we do so when to take care the biano and sure ya we got say we be mamu de motimi ejina 15 iti ya boma baso oni kimi na dombe kene o man ni kimi kan ni na now we asema o dia betuja no kre e say ya tena kumha amma said you ya the for da na kware is ache it sounds say I say bibiano obroni kana some say if you want to write anything from a black man put it in the book and also emra ya di betu ja anasembra obi kana from the Electronic Communications Act 2008 actually 75 ba ye it sounds say na ya ndomo support na ya hwehwe mu no ye di enya di ate some trap for di ate tell you blogger ye di ate politician di ate ko fo bebre ya false publication na abambo for ni yusu police for yusu na security for yusu say obia to be false news na obi minu mienu ye some trouble so say ye mranini mbrano yanka section 76 of the Electronic Communications Act 2008 at 775 now you say asomna omudidi and the application of the law mbrano kwa mo faso omudi mbrano e di nya be some trouble anyone like it hono e kwa papa so anan na obi ye can say what you can say we are just opposing it to section 208 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act at 29 we want to settle the distinction between these two brano na young say as brano ni papa no say the application of the law why you more apply no any some more the treat and for the kono e papa so anai no you can be na for you bush among both release the secure the Supreme Court now over the scope of application section 76 of the Electronic Communications Act 2008 Act 775 I read Obi Osei person who by means of electronic communications service Obi is service electronic communications service
yes
knowingly sends a communication which is false or misleading and likely to prejudice the efficiency of life-saving services or to endanger the safety of any person, ship, craft, vessel, or vehicle commit an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine no more than 3,000 penalty units or to a term of imprisonment of no more than 5 years or both. Oba Siena. Now the offense, the use of Section 76, there's a use of electronic communication service. What are electronic communication service? The offense exclusively pertains to communication transmitted via electronic platforms, including mobile calls, messages, emails, social media posts, messages, instant messaging applications, example WhatsApp, Telegram, radio or satellite communication. Now, the communication must pose risk to individuals or groups taking hazard for ships, aircraft, vehicles, vessels. It because on what ground, no, this section, no, the section is very clear. In fact, what I've noted here is that the Section 76 is not a statute of general application.
Yes.
For addressing the spread of fake news. It's not. Instead, no, a specialized provision targeting specific breaches.
Sure.
Involving electronic communications. It's a data. So, will be the plan where you need Komoya Obi. We know to a Yedi Komoya. So, I'm not supposed to see any of the Bianca. I'll tell you about the first publication. Electronic Communication Act. So the Abamba Forum, they are weaponizing this act to intimidate journalists. You have to come and you can say Ghana law report, and I say, anyway, you say, is any case law? Do you have any case law? Some you a case law. You know, we can all make reference. Authority, you bet me, so after say this is a case of authority on the Electronic Communication Act. It's a training and do be a quarter. Quarter, a good nippon for better than the case law. And not some way so. You the some trouble for the things and trouble for near this and trouble near the uncle general. Sometimes 48 hours you do to near you. Case to do maybe sometimes don't go. You don't call yourself Romando or that you to do the because they know that the security and and I think Attorney General said one the prosecutorial authority police force and said you one of the or the prosecutor no, it is the answer of the Attorney General. And the Attorney General so they know very well that when they advance this argument on this act law, they will lose in court. They cannot win when they advance argument on this with this act. So what we are saying is that assuming without admitting that the law is to force, and now the law of the crowd, and yet, like as you have, it's not limited to computation where we are. It contradicts Constitutional Article 21. 1992 Constitution, Article 21, freedom of speech.
Okay.
It endangers the freedom of speech.
And I think you've done well in establishing background for this suit. It is here in the Supreme Court, no reliefs being put and Usiki.
Okay, I said you call the relief national.
Yes.
Me just opposing to Section 208 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act.
Aha.
Yes. Now, we did about the Criminal and Other Offences Act, Section 208 at 29 specifically, and I read. I say a person who publishes or reproduces a statement, rumor, or report which is likely to cause fear and alarm to the public or to disturb the public peace, knowing or having reason to believe that the statement, rumor, or report is false, commits a misdemeanor.
Yes.
And this section applies to nearly all cases of spreading false information, making it a versatile provision for general application, not the Electronic Communication Act. So, are we seeing the distinct? So, as we speak, so many media, everybody saying, yeah, politics are here, and we are being fair. Anyway, many media and students of law can apply this and say that you see the clear distinct. Section 208 is very clear. Apply to every case of false publication. Once it has a tendency to cause fear
Yeah.
Oh, yes. But this one is communication services. Your friend is saying, ships to cry out to me saying, boat in this ship anyway, or we did aircraft anyway. Now, somebody, we did Tata. So we are saying that we are going to the Supreme Court. Our release, we have 3 reliefs. One, we need interpretation of the law.
Okay. Supreme
Court, yes, because between you and I, as a student of law and as a lawyer yourself, Obi, the Supreme Court has original and exclusive jurisdiction over all matters.
Yes.
So we are saying that we are going to the Supreme Court because there's no a case for us to say that we are taking judicial review, even though there will be judicial review there. But I mean, we are going to the Supreme Court on 3 grounds. 1, for interpretation of that law.
Okay.
2, the unreasonable application of the law. That as to whether Supreme Court say the law as it is being applied on media, on journalists. The freedom of the media is explicit. It is non-negotiable. It's stated clearly in Article 162, Chapter 12. There is no ambiguity about the freedom of the media.
The media.
No censorship. So when we do this, we are talking in the same Article 162 talks about censorship. So if the Constitution front on censorship, and then you are doing this, you are indirectly trying to curtail journalists and cause journalists to a censorship. You are creating an environment of censorship where journalists cannot now discharge, cannot now professionally discharge in duty due to fear or panic, or due to the fear that they will be arrested, due to the fear that they will be gagged, or now say they will use the Electronic Communications Act to penalize him or her. And need to know only can it try the other Osro or just Uncle Tio Binaso, Adiano, Sako, Ekona, Koya, the Baba Chene, the Base. We all know that in September 1 year. Constitution and Brana and him say, and yet, as human beings discharging our duty, there will be errors. There are some journalists we appreciate that who are very reckless and non-professionals and all that. Notwithstanding that, there are several remedies because the Brana say it's a 20-year BB and as a 20-year Juana and you have the right to a rejoinder. And here first thing. So rejoinder in our own class. There's NMC there. We have the DJ Ethics and Design Council. The DJ Ethics and Design Council in India.
But Mr. President, now in drilling down to the issues, I mean, so also even said how the provisions in the Electronic Communications Act have been applied. You could see, sir. It's generally been misconstrued, at least even by Omumpa Esha enforcing law. But you make the point, sir, and a statute of general application into our say a year for specific cases. It seems though, sir, it's being used generally now, not just against journalists, because I've heard in Kofor police for Kofor some TikTokers, absolutely. Who may not necessarily be journalists properly so called, but at least or more a platform amongst who reach out to several audiences. There, you can say that. But the argument I've heard, in addition, so to say, even the Section 208 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act, and so make the criminal libel law kakra, because then it's rather even applied more general than even the Electronic Communications Act. And so do we now talk against the Electronic Communications Act and leave Section 208 to be in the statute books?
Okay, so I don't say very clear. You see, no, for the GJA and for the media, the very fraternity in which you belong to now. Your consent is on the Electronic Communications Act. Okay. The section 208, the Criminal and Other Offences Act. Okay, it is very clear. Okay, that causes fear.
Yes.
Of the panic by the alarm sound by. Now, what it means is that, sir, Obi, cancer, Obi to no be a car radio say, yeah, make pan away. Sabi, and you
Abatoso.
Just me just say, because of freedom of speech and freedom of way to know, or because of now some will crack too. So you radio super now will be crack as a who crack. So to me, I
yeah, because I know threat of harm, ever horse is an offense.
Yes, I mean, okay, there. So what the distinction between the 30, that is the 208, 29, and the section 76,
yes,
of Canada Act, and I say. A person who publishes or reproduces a statement, rumor. So what is it? Rumor or report which is likely to cause fear and alarm.
Yes.
So there should be an establishment of fear and alarm here. It is only the court that can establish whether whatever the police body says and one can say. Who do about fear and alarm new? That forceful publication,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not general. I'm fear and alarm new. And you see, once I was saying, you will be too easy here. What can say? You see, President Ekosiise to work here, and I will inspect you can't Ekosiise that the deer catch fire now. Anyway, now I say, what's in a light, remember? It was a light about me, I found. False news. Now we fear and alarm, Benny. What is American?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to do is distinct. We do not, because the Criminal and the Other Offences Act, it was already in the criminal. It was in the criminal way. No, but before I said that electronic communication Act came in 2008. In 2008, after the repeal of the Criminal Libel Act, the Criminal and Other Offences Act has been existing. Why is the police be using that? Even in recent years, there are these two laws or acts are in our book. But whenever a police arrest a journalist or a blogger or a social media, and I say, anybody be the only law you use in Electronic Communications Act. All the charge sheet. Recent years, which of the charge in the police for a person charged with the Criminal and Other Offences Act 208. So what you are saying is that the law, and you see, and because there's fear and alarm, and OBD Article 21 of under Area Chapter 5, the freedom and rights of citizens anywhere. Obo say Chapter 5 is very clear that there are limitations to the freedom.
Yes.
And one of the limitations is that when the freedom must not proceed, it shouldn't pose a national security threat. It shouldn't cause you an alarm, which is directly, in fact, I can say that, which does not contradict the 208. But when you take the Electronic Communication Act, it contradicts, it has a tendency, when you want to advance the argument, you realize that it contradicts Article 21 of the Constitution. And the freedom of right. Freedom of speech. When we read it, Article 21, speech and expression, freedom of speech and press, including media freedom. It is clearly stated there.
Okay.
So, what do you mention?
Yeah, I get you.
So, what we are saying is very, very simple. The general fundamental freedoms are enshrined in the Constitution. And so, the Constitution, we have also, it is established that any law which is in contravention, which actually contradicts any constitutional provision, must to the extent of that law be rendered null and void.
Yes.
So we have to go to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to tell us, say, yes, the law, and even when we look at the memo, I want the memo even before the passage of the 2000 the Electronic Communications Act, you know, the memo the follow law and the parliament will pass, you know.
Yes.
The memo was clear. The memo was clear. It wasn't generalized. So we want to establish that way, so that if we are dealing with the Criminal and Other Offences Act 208, then we all know say we are going. So when we are going, when they arrest any of our persons, then the police or the security or the Attorney General or the prosecution must be able to prove to us. So I did the family here also fear the lamb, and on what they press those charges. I don't know we can contest it anywhere in court.
Okay. And for you, if the Supreme Court agree with my argument in court, now almost strike it down, that section 70 in the Electronic Communications Act, ECA section 208, in the Act 29 now. With that one, we can deal with that. You better handle it, no kakra.
We can deal with that because that one is general.
Okay.
That one is general. Okay. What we are saying is that it is either the Supreme Court should interpret and let us know, say, Amberano as a personal, it should be applied generally, it should stay and should apply to this specific. It is specifically to services.
Yes.
And now say, limited to this category of.
Okay.
Way, so Supreme Court clarified that and now Supreme Court say, okay, contradictory Article 21 of the Constitution. Because if you are saying, say, only freedom of will, no only Kokasa, now Okasa, we are also the freedom or freedom of the Okasa, it was now. Contradictory only freedom.
Yeah.
And the main reason behind the repeal of the Criminal Library Act, and the President Gufo was that President Gufo realizing that how can you criminalize free speech? How can you criminalize defamation? President Gufo, in his wisdom, wanted and under the then Attorney General, your former President Gufo, wanted what? They wanted defamation issues or defamation cases vis-a-vis issues of hate speech or whatever, be treated as what? As civil cases, not criminal. He said all defamation cases must now, I remember vividly the report announced with the Gufuo's speech address when this was repelled, that all defamation cases must from today be treated as civil cases. Now, only Dominic Nyasamene. Na maybe governor, so police, police was waiting at them. You have a choice here, false publication. I'm not going to Dominic at them.
Very well.
Only some you and no be to me, and me said in pressure say, Obi no be falling out. Now say some you Okoni Pomokra or some you radio TV show and not going to go media. You see Electronic Communications Act, false publication near the I mean, what we are saying is that it is long overdue. Initially, we are calling for the repeal of the act. We have written, we have made our case. I remember in the previous administration when we raised that issue, I remember the Minister of Information then had told us, once the law continues to remain in our book, the securities will have no choice than to apply it.
Okay.
So we are going to say, okay, if that is so there, then we are challenging the application of the law, unlawful application of the law. And it is only the Supreme Court that can make this case rest. If we go to the Supreme Court say, then they will say,
okay.
Whether there are three reliefs. That's the Supreme Court anchor say it does not contradict Article 21. Then we all hear these names, at least we are all learning.
Yeah.
And yet now everything here, because to give us grounds here and contradict Article 21. Then any other way. So we are going to seek three reliefs. And as I see to you now today, we have met with our legal team, met our lawyers. We are putting together. There are 3 lawyers going to the Supreme Court. We are putting together. When by Monday we'll start filing the processes, and we want to assure media that look, we are not going to sleep until we get what Supreme Court position on this matter. Then later all other subsequent matters that actually infringes on the right and freedom of the media. And we are doing this because in just few days we will be commemorating the World Press Freedom Day.
Yeah.
And we cannot sit down here at a time when Ghana keeps sinking on the World Press Freedom Index. And one of the reasons is about this unlawful arrest and what we call Rambo arrest. You're fighting economic indices, you're fighting attacks on journalists, now we know so the legal team, officially, yes, because you have to leave because you are interested party and you are a lawyer. I mean, it is time for you to protect your association, the fraternity.
I'm at your service and do that for me come officially would go but it's a good move, Mr. President. On behalf of all journalists, we hope, and not even professional journalists, but will be our platform, be our reaching out to audiences, is interesting, especially in this social media, new media age, This is a very, very, very important move. GJ, back here upon. That's it for that. But before you go, minim say, so members of the International Federation of Journalists, right? Is the Ghana Journalists Association a member of that?
Yes, we are affiliate member of the IFJ, International Federation of Journalists.
Okay.
And I affiliate member of Federation of African Journalists.
Okay.
I'm a steering committee member of FAJ.
Oh.
And the steering, yes. You were 2 years ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes, I remember. Steering committee member.
Now for IFJ, hold here. You knew be in the executive CCR.
There be Oba, your parents are IFJ, the 21 executive member leading and controlling the global media, world media, you knew Bia, even in West Africa, you knew Bia from West Africa also. Now, somebody, the bomb say, Menoka say, IFJ, Centenary Congress. Yes, IFJ is 100 years.
Okay.
100 is, yes, IFJ has outlived even Ghana.
Yeah.
Yes, 100 years now. 100 years, yes, Centenary Congress, at the same time, if you are seeing commemorating the World Press Freedom Day, Lusaka, Zambia.
Okay.
It is Zambia, you are commemorating World Press Freedom Day, I'm a general secretary, a leading delegation, now I'm a leading delegation at Paris, France.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Uncle Johnny, if you are seeing in Centroku, or you are seeing any UNESCO head office, Paris. You are commemorating 100th birthday anniversary. Now, Centenary, we are commemorating it with a Congress.
Okay.
And at the Congress, we are going to elect new executives for IFG. I am on board. I'm steering committee, and I say, you executive leadership Africa. Robert Boroku. African continent, Namia Dom Yetu Abano, Ye Unia Bema, Waunia, Cafe, DJ President.
Wow.
West Africa for them. Now, young Coco Jinanko contested at the international level, the International Federation of Journalists, Centenary Congress. If you know Cafe, the young boy, I can say, you're the 2 minute baby. You're part of the position in the Abba. Now,
a position like an executive member.
Yes, an executive member position. The administrative position is 3. We have not 4. We have the general secretary. It's like the executive secretary. It's not contestable. It is appointed by the executive body.
Okay.
So yes. So we have the president, we have the senior vice president, and you have 2 vice presidents. So the president, senior vice president, two vice president, and a treasurer. So these are the administrative position. That is the key administrative position. And as you want the executive body. The executive body made up of the president, the senior vice, and then the two vice president and the treasurer. 21 is a 21 executive body. So South 21 and Africa, yeah, it is no you top 5.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you top 5 of that 21 executive position. It is not and may represent West Africa.
Okay.
Because it be no 5 for no every divided the to 5 regions. You know, we have 5 sub-regions. We have the West Africa region, we have the Eastern Africa, the Northern Africa, Southern Africa, and the Central Africa. So each of the regions, will be represented by one of the president of the union. Okay, so every region there to Unipa will represent the region at the executive level.
Okay.
It is here the last time only 2 of our people won the executive position.
Okay.
Which is the current vice president, Ofri, Somalia. And the current treasurer was a big near South Africa.
Okay.
Or not. It is not only see the current level, the executive so. It is young, your papa 5 million, you 5 years ago, you so become member of the 21 executive committee or the global international federation of journalists.
Oh, okay.
I guess that's what me coming for Ghana. You don't say that. You don't make sure say yeah. That's
true. That's true. We wish you very well, Mr. President. You're in Pipe fine. Why?
Thank you, Obi. Thank you. It was so far. Now, Obi, you're going to champion the course. You did say you do the champion the need. Sir, you better say some Maria. I bet Danny Amatos on next. Sir, repressive. You better to us.
That's fine.
It's answer. I feel you're perfect. Libiano about affecting press freedom index. And Lutina, you never break the idea. You see some radio. You did that radio see me for your Supreme Court. Now, all Kaho, any other friend, Nababwa, I'm ready to do Abaga Anna. You can tell for me one hour, almost suffer with this acting.
Yeah, that's it, Papa. That's Mr. Albert Kwabena Jumfo, or a president of the Ghana Journalist Association, and Motenenka. He's leading the GJA to the Supreme Court with an application, which application has 3 reliefs. One of them is for an interpretation of some provisions in the Electronic Communications Act, and the argument and it's those provisions inconsistent with some provisions in the 1992 Constitution. For which reason they are calling on the Supreme Court to give a proper interpretation and now say even strike out, those provisions on the basis of its inconsistency with provisions in the Constitution. In the days ahead, the details betimi Abremo. And here the member Kwakosombo, so the Ekosombo. But let me hear your thoughts on this issue. 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Your WhatsApp number no. We say Obi, good day. I'm watching you live from Edukrom. My name is Alex Budu. Yeah, that's say. Obi, please. My question is inti Ghana be yeni. So sad to see all what's happening in Mother Ghana. May that say Kofia Samoa or Chicago. We say Obi, good day. My name is Yahweh J. Kasmo from Jamasi Buenim Atonoso. Please help us with the unemployed nurses and allied health professionals about what's going on this year's recruitment. No slot in some of the regions, but the minister says they are recruiting. Please find out for us what's going on in the IT department at the Ministry of Health. Okay, but there is one issue in Suana me person may address, and say Osei, a lot of the news portals are Bibria quote cards, Bibria publishes story, and I don't know say official communication from NIMOS there, but it's quite novel and very, very interesting. Say in official reports on galamseyers, and I say alleged galamseyers, no, ye the nipa na asori a oko e de ka ho. Say or elder of Church of Pentecost na ye the account. Me who be that because no there were some arrests made and me kind of story no so e de amamo. And now we nipa be insia osenso almost Ghana for yache won for alleged illegal mining operation. Omo the report no oma sorry enka yenima sorry omoko enka ho. Why Church of Pentecost? A big question. And is that now the standard operation procedure? Say 9 months for suspect be no moye interrogation. Ibebusa sorry a wo kwa de aka ho ana. Onya abutre me ka asema ehia me wi a. Enti ombebusa asori ani paniko e de aka ho ana. Say nye standard operation procedure there. Then why the Church of Pentecost? Why is Church of Pentecost the enquire there? And I mean it then begins to fuel this perception. Say, is there an agenda against the church because the chairman of the church can't be far the effect of illegal mining? It is not fair. It's also unfair. And if it so happens, say we you're not sorry the but all subsequent arrests, you're without not sorry, then where are we going? It's so unfair. And I think if that is now the standard operation procedure for 9 months, so any other arrest we would expect any pana sorry oko will be part of the report. Say ni pani ekremonia yenhu na yenhu mosque ya okwa sorry. Say oye traditional worship and so yenhu because it's a standard operation procedure. Because we cannot begin to pick and choose just because the chairman of a church abeka baby. And since when did it even start? Say yet an alleged illegal man and as a suspect, the official reporter Nipa sorry eka. Can you even believe this? But my main kwa man so emra meba ababa betwaso. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Energy and a Green Transition, Richmond Roxon Esquire. Councillor Kwabana saying
Lele na bibia boko de.
Nyame adom da so wo akosombo ana se mo free ho.
You free wa na mkwan so ayeba.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Na one kata okay no. His Excellency the President eba ho ene. Together with some government officials to get first-hand briefing of what has happened. We are in the major at all the control room.
Yes.
Of the Akosombo substation and its result and effect on power supply. The president was briefed by Gridco, was also briefed by VRA, and of course the Minister for the Sector, Honorable Dr. Chinapo. He commended the team for the work that has been done. We are still around four units of Akosombo's generation. That's what has been restored. The engineers are working tirelessly to ensure that we get the other two synchronized. And that is what we've been doing today. Generally, it's had a good impact on what our supply outlook is. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who confirm in the last 48 hours, they've seen significant improvement in power supply in their area.
Yeah. And Sisi, as we speak, of the 6 turbines now units, saying about on stream, Sisi.
Sisi 4.
4. Okay.
4. They are very close to getting the fifth one out, and then possibly we also get a fifth one out. Estimates of their mind, they are hoping that they'll be able to do that by this weekend, latest this weekend. And so far, of course, they've carried themselves commendably. They've done extremely well. Looking at the devastation, any minister a number of times. In fact, it's me by 8-9 p.m. and actually one minister we took her.
Yeah.
He 1 a.m., 2 a.m. we sit with the engineers look at what they are doing, give them the moral support. And what we saw a week ago, when we went there first, and what we are seeing now, even some of our people could not believe. So we'll get there, we'll get to this point at this country in record time. Okay? We know that as they've given us their word, we'll be able to get the 5th and the 6th unit out.
It is here 4 no at the how many megawatts and a day back on stream?
We have brought us about 70% of the capacity of Akosombo. When it's Akosombo, its installed capacity total near 1,020 megawatts. Normally, even though that will be the installed capacity, you also have what we call a dependable capacity. Turbine Bakubia and Bridgely will give about 174. No, we are close to about almost 500 megawatts on what the capacity is. And that has had a significant impact on the grid. Beyond that, a lot of people don't know the way Akosombo Dam operates. It also discharges the Shunibi, then it gets to oil. Oil gives us about 160 megawatts. When it happened, it affected the operations at Bonsu. So oil was also out. But as we speak, oil is doing well now because the dam itself is operating. It also is giving us around 100 megawatts in addition. So all in all, we lost about 1,200 megawatts. It wasn't just Akosombo. Then the focus had always been on Akosombo. But we lost Akosombo, and then we also lost oil to their generation capacity.
Oh, okay. I mean, the last time you did, and I know, sir, we've had this running conversation on what really the cause of this crisis was. You can say even before the fire outbreak, there was this, upgrade and Ekosiisen in the network. I mean, injection of transformers any a day, and no, and official mama who say a year the cause of most of the outages. But I mean, research team and so the some info about Betuja say the issues are probably more deeper than the mama and not just the upgrade and the replacement of transformers. We were suffering generation deficit and kasa since January up until now. You seem to disagree with our research, no, didn't you?
The research is hinged on an erroneous premise. That is the first issue. And for me, and then for other governments, one thing that I've always said is I would never mislead the public. There's no need to do that. It's an energy sector. It belongs to all of us. And that all of us must always have a keen interest in what happens in our sector. The first point is say, in this sector, you have the off-peak and then you have the peak. What the research did, and I spoke to Isaac and he mentioned that he used averages, what happened, average for morning, afternoon, evening. When you do any analysis and you use, let's say, off-peak for an analysis for the peak time, you get it wrong. Because let me give you a typical example. In a day, you can wake up in the morning. Normally, you're off-peak during the day, and the peak time will be between 6 and around 11 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
If you start the day, the demand is lower. But in the evening, the demand is higher.
Yes.
And also, in the mornings, what the demand averagely will be. It will feed into what we call something dispatch, supply dispatch. What the dispatch will be. Okay, you can wake up this morning, and then because of the peak, the off-peak, for example, Akosombo, you can have all the 6 turbines up and running. But then you dispatch 4 or 3 peak of a number of factors. And there are lots of factors that goes into determining what I'll call the supply dispatch. Those factors, number one, you can even look at your availability of, let's say, fuel. It will have an impact on how you dispatch. You can also look at your demand cycle. It will have an impact on how you want to dispatch your plants. You look at your operational patterns. You even look at the weather. It's part of it. You look at your maintenance schedule. All of it goes into how you'd want to. Sometimes even your legal obligation will go into feeding how you do your dispatch schedule.
Yes.
Until when you take, let's say, Akosumbo, and like I mentioned earlier, you have 6 turbines, and then you decide that you are dispatching 3. It is not because the plant is not working efficiently or the plant is underperforming, as your research concluded. That decision may be as a result of any of these factors that I mentioned earlier. Sometimes, like I mentioned, even your legal obligations, for instance, if you are, let me even use car power, you have a take or pay agreement with them. And so you may have hydro that is available at 100%, or you have another plant that is available. But because you have an obligation for take or pay to say that, whether you use 60% or 70%, you have to pay, let's say, 100% of what you are, what the capacity of the plant is. You rather want to discharge that plant and maybe support its hydro by 2 or 3 units. It doesn't mean that you're not being efficient. And that is the conclusion that they came with. And that is the first issue I had with them. That don't look at the dispatch plan and draw a conclusion. In fact, since your research, some private institutions have reached out to the ministry that you've had at the multimedia and joint news, malign them, conclude that they are doing 74% efficiency or 70% efficiency, or even at the point there, and that they've been defamed and then they want to take action. But we have spoken to them that there's no point going to that angle. And so all those factors must be taken into consideration to be able to come to the conclusion and look at the exact megawatt that we are producing, whether peak time or off-peak time, and the data does not support it. I have spoken to, you can call, there's another gentleman called Alfred. Is it Alfred or Albert? Yeah. He's also looked at the data provided by Isaac, and he will give you an opinion of what it is. Initially, he supported Isaac because before he saw the data. When he saw the data, he called Isaac out openly that his data was erroneous.
Yeah, but I think one thing Sonny said on the first day, yes, Isaac was here. Kofi J was here.
Yes.
Or you saw averages, in terms of the generations that they are working on. But based on feedback, he came back the following day and then did peak demand, peak generation. And he even makes the point, so what a peak demand that's put out by the Honorable Minister in charge of the sector, I say 4,300, 4,400.
Yeah.
And he made the point, the whole of this year, your highest ever peak generation was on the 27th of March 2026. And then the highest ever.
And what was the figure?
4,168 megawatts.
That's false.
How
that's
so?
False. You know what I would do? I don't want to have because you see, at this point, even when I provide an alternate data, it is what you see versus what we are seeing. We've done, that's why I told you that this year, when the minister put up the figure that we have a new peak of almost 4,400, we met the demand. We met that demand. So it's not true that the highest that we've done this year is 4,100. That is false. And that's why I said that at the end of the day, I don't want us to reduce the conversation from he said and then I said. And what I will do is that I will arrange. Let me finish.
Okay.
I will arrange a meeting for the Gridco CEO to come to your studio with every single grid report that we've had from the beginning of the year. And if they will see it, in fact, we say that when there is an issue, the sincerely mistaken will admit, unless of course they are going on a tangent of mischief.
Yes.
But it's not true. Say this year the highest we've done. We've done 4,300 megawatts, over 4,000, almost 4,400 this year, and we met the demand. Let us there's a report where he mentioned that in March we're doing about 1,000 megawatts of deficit.
Mm-hmm.
Last week we're doing 1,000 megawatts of deficit. This is the whole country feel that we're doing 1,000 megawatts.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Leonard, you can't do 1,000 megawatts of deficit without anybody feeling it. It will show. You will be exposed. And so last week when we're doing the deficit of 1,000, the whole Ghana, in fact, significant part of this country had challenges with power. And so you can't do 1,000 megawatts and it will not show. And that is false. And so I had a conversation with them. I spoke to Kojo as well. And then initially, when we spoke, the data that they were using was the off-peak for one of those days. And I drew the attention that even in a day, from morning to evening, you can have a difference of about 600 to 1,000 megawatts.
Yeah, and I think to be fair to Kofi Eje, 3 days ago, because on the first day, which was Tuesday, he did averages, maybe beginning of the month, middle of the month, ending of the month averages. But when he came back on Wednesday, now he took his time to do every day from January 1st to the 22nd of April, or every day, morning, afternoon, evening, generation figures. But as you said, we may have to get the Gridco CEO, and
I will do that myself.
And then we can now do the actual comparison. Because until then, then we have no option than to believe what our researcher has put out.
No, Leonard, that's verifiable sources. And that is what I'm telling you, that of course you will stand by your research.
Yes.
Already I have questioned the basis and the figures that they've used for the research.
Yes.
Because when you use a static data, you get it wrong. Especially the static data from off-peak, you get it wrong. And I have said that the research did not take into consideration all the factors that I have mentioned. I've mentioned that in this sector, you have to take a lot of figures, a lot of things into consideration.
Yes.
Even your fuel switching, the type of fuel you have available at every point in time, will go into how you do your dispatch. Whether you use plant A, whether you use plant B, whether you go full horn. But in fact, if anything, the first thing that they have to do is that they have to admit that saying that because you dispatch 4 units out of 6 means that the plants were underperforming was totally wrong. That's the first thing they have to admit. I understand that if they want to go into, but he has to admit openly to everyone that if I have 10 available and I'm doing 4, I'm doing 5, or I'm doing 6, it doesn't mean that I am underperforming. But the demand will even influence the number of units I dispatch. If you have, you need 500 megawatts, and you have 1,000 megawatts available, will you dispatch all of it?
No, but you can make that conclusion. So we'll share peak load demand and peak generation. And if peak load your demand, you say 4,300. Now when all the plants are blasting full throttle, now you say 4,000. You can say the plants are underperforming, no?
No, you see, you can't say they are underperforming. That's why I said that you have to go back. Operational issues.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go back and look at fuel availability. There are lots of other factors that even middle. And that is why you see when you do a research, and we are all educated, when you do a research and you want the best of results, immediately you finish your research, you give the other party the opportunity to. He never came to the ministry. He never went to any of these private institutions. That I have noticed that, for example, at Sogli, you are doing 75% on this day. Why are you doing 75%? For somebody to tell you that A, B, C, or we are doing maintenance. They never did that. And you cannot do that as a journalist. As a journalist, if they had given us the right of shared the data with us, when they did the research before publication, would have had the opportunity to give them counter response and explain to them for him to understand that, okay, these are the reasons that have gone into the dispatch schedule, and then these are the reasons why you are seeing this, and these are the actual.
Yeah, but Leonard, I mean, the research way first time it was published was Tuesday, and Thursday.
Yes.
The Gridco, ECG are more custody of the official data, no. and responded. They've not done anything in terms of response. Really, if they believe say numbers which have been published online they any correct, why has there not been any official release from them?
Leonard, there are two things I will say. I didn't want to say this. Maybe you can check with your CEO. The Minister of Energy, Honorable Dr. Jinabo, has written a letter to the CEO of Multimedia for a retraction and an apology. Officially. For a retraction and apology. I didn't want to put this thing out. But he has written formally that the figures that have been put out, they are wrong. They are creating a wrong impression. They are creating a wrong conclusion. And they are misleading the public. So that letter may have been received by your CEO by now. And so you can speak to the CEO. On the second issue of response, and that's why I said that, it's only fair that before you even publish, you come to the institution. You didn't even give the institution the right of response. You didn't. And so is it after you've maligned the institutions, you put out the false information that you are now coming to the institutions to respond? And that's why I have said that, for public education and public information,
Leonard, I think
I will get
it is fair to say
CEO of Bidco to sit with you, to sit with Isaac.
That's fine.
Educate for him to understand what the dispatch has been from day one to today, what the the generation capacity has been, what the demand has been, the factors that have gone into it, and to show him that the figure that he put out of 4,100, and that is the highest this year, is inaccurate. And that we've had demand be around 4,300. And as a country, we met that. And I've stated that here now, that when we had a deficit of 1,000 megawatts, everybody saw it. What we have witnessed in the last few weeks has to do with pockets of outages in specific areas. And we haven't hidden it.
Leonard, oh, can say, answer about the big deal. Oh, can say, for the whole of this year, from January 1st till now, before, and I said till 22nd of April, at no point, a deficit of more than 1,000 megawatts. Is that what you're saying?
Never.
The whole year?
Never. You know 1,000 megawatts?
Yeah, I know 1,000 megawatts.
Yes, you are in the space. And that's why I told you that when we had 1,000 megawatts last week, deficit, it showed. 1,000 megawatts, it will show. That is the truth.
If you
1,000 megawatts, it will show. We have never had a deficit of 1,000 megawatts. Never, ever, ever.
Okay. If we take, say, a peak demand, peak generation throughout this year, yenya 300, 400 megawatt, 500 megawatt deficit be this year?
In fact, I have to check the data. The reason why I'm saying that is that there are times where we've had maintenance. For example, we've had maintenance via Ghana Gas is doing maintenance, and then they are scheduled, let's say, to finish within 8 hours. And within, they've extended the time to maybe 10 or 11. But you would have to now look at what was available to be able to make that attempt. Sometimes, when you even have a deficit and you have liquid fuel available, because of the processes you have to go through to be able to do the switching from even gas to liquid fuel, you may want to contain the situation. But 500 megawatts, I doubt we've done that this year. I doubt. Let's something that for 500 megawatts is like the size of Asogli. You will see it. Those ones you can't hide away from it too.
Yeah, but is that not why since January, outages in Kakran since January?
Since January, where we've had the specific areas, we've put it out. It is not because we have generation deficit. We generate the power. But you will see clearly, and I'm happy to say, for example, on Saturday I was on News Power, Samson confirmed that his area is beginning to also see it, that when there are issues with the transformer, when it gets overloaded, it trips. Those are the issues that we're experiencing. Achimota, for example, they had that issue. From the time transformer, the power transformer and distribution transformer, we haven't had the issue. And for areas where we are doing that, they were attest to it, that ever since we changed the transformer, they've had stable electricity. Gulf 6 in Tema, the typical example. In fact, they had issues until 2 days ago when we did some transformer changes in their area. And speak to residents there today, they'll tell you that issue has stopped. So we haven't hidden from what the problem is. And I'm happy that Dubik himself confirmed that in your studio yesterday. I listened to him for some time. I couldn't listen to everything. I heard him when he mentioned that when he was saying it during his time, a lot of people did not agree with him. But the challenge is that you don't have a generation problem, but at the end of the day, it is the
distribution
distribution transformer, and he corroborated it. And so that is the problem, and that's why for the first time in the history of this country, you have a government injecting 3,000 distribution transformers and see that.
Yeah, but he also made a point, say, 3,000 distribution transformers, you know, and yet Monamobile and Amaba. Or say,
you see,
okay, to quote him well, or say they're bigger, to quote him well, no, or say he knows for a fact, say, for the bigger transformers, Nedie, na omato ewo hodada. Smaller transformers, no na, unim se muma krebia beka hoa, but na ebi wo hodada.
Okay, so once he's clarifying that bigger transformers, no, ebi wo I don't know, toy, but smaller ones, no. The 3,000 we've consistently told the whole Ghana that we are injecting has to do with the distribution transformers.
Yes.
We met zero. That is the fact. We met zero.
All the 3,000 smaller transformers in
let me repeat again for emphasis. We met zero. And we have gone through the process. In fact, that's why we thank Atufos and His Excellency the President for the support. We have gone through the process to acquire those ones. We met zero transformer, zero distribution transformer. I'm not saying one. I'm not saying
two. You said zero.
Zero. You can speak to the ECG MD. Indeed, last year, ECG, when they were in dire need, dire stress for transformers, as a ministry, we had to give them 200 last year. We, as ministry, had to give them 200. And we have started the process this year to acquire whatever distribution transformers we are installing today. We met zero. That is a fact.
How about bigger transformers for primary substations?
That I will check with ECG to find out that in the distribution whether they had any power transformer at their disposal. But as for distribution transformer, it was zero. Indeed, we went through the process of doing the evacuation of those containers and then taking part of the inventory. They are not done. They are done so far about 1,500 of the evacuation of the containers that the big left. There was zero distribution transformer.
But in those containers, no, sir, na bigger transformers, maybe woman. Say what
that's what I'm saying. That I will do the check again for the bigger ones. I'm happy that, but what the claim has been now is that they are saying that the 3,000 that is being installed by government, they procured it. They say, Oman procure BPR. BPR, Leonard. You and I know the standards when it comes to our work. Distribution transformers, Oman procure BPR.
Okay. Into next week, I was said, Yenya Gridco CEO.
I would, because of the issues I have, but I'll get the CEO so that they put the data together from January to now. I don't want it to be like politician, a political statement, but I'll get the acting CEO to sit with your team and then to sit with Isaac, to take him to, and then also, like I said earlier, it is only fair that when you do a research, you share, so that the institution can correct you, can educate you, and can give you the appropriate response. You don't go to tell and eventually ask the institution to come and chase you and get a response. Hopefully, that standard of journalism will be improved. It is not fair to anyone.
Very well. The minority in Parliament, through the first deputy whip on the minority side, at the request for information, Abremo, say, omupese omunya accruals of Dumso levy, and baby esikano akokoko the act stipulate say was some of the report about Parliament and all of that. Is this something you have? Mube provided at the Ama minority,
I am surprised that the information came to us, or the request for that information came to
the
Ministry of Energy. Unless he hasn't read the law, we are not the custodians of the money. The spending officers and those who operate ESLA is the Ministry of Finance.
The Ministry of Finance.
Yes. So if you misdirect it to the Ministry of Energy, what response do you want? Unless you don't want an appropriate response. But let me say one thing.
Okay.
The commitment of government is that you will account for every single person under ESLA. The government, when it was passed, in fact, His Excellency the President, when he was signing the bill into law, the amendments into law, stated clearly that we will be very transparent as a government. Indeed, legally, we are obliged under the law that the Ministry of Finance must provide Parliament with account of it,
with account of
expenditure of ESLA. And so that will be done.
Leonard Mepacho, when you look at Section 3 of the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025, the minister shall cause to be opened and maintain an account to be known as the Energy Sector Support Account, into which shall be paid the monies collected under the Energy Sector Shortfall and Debt Repayment Levy. You argue, say, the minister here, no, and yet the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions.
Oh, it's finance.
The Minister
of the interpretation side of the law.
Fine.
It's finance.
That's fine.
And Ministry of Finance over the year. In fact, Glenn, don't go far. You can check the 2025 one. You will see who accounted for it and who signed.
Okay.
You will see Dr. Kisel Atufozu's name there.
Okay.
And they know.
Okay.
They know. And so that's what I'm saying, that unless our Honorable Member of Parliament was a genuine oversight, so he didn't notice it. They know that ESLA is handled by finance. And that the Ministry of Finance will do the needful. But last year, if you check, you see that around this time, the Ministry of Finance, signed by the Minister of Finance himself, provided account statements to Parliament. And I'm sure that will be done. Let me take the opportunity to respond to two issues, since you brought the minority in. The first issue is that they mentioned that they did a press conference and then they sought to criticize government on the management of the power sector.
Yes.
Number one, their record in the power sector is abysmal.
Adentia.
Leonard, see, in 2024, we went through load shedding each month.
In the Kachino. And
in 2024,
yes.
Bosumi Bia new and load shedding. In 2024. 2024, all the way, the peak, this is the highest point of load shedding, was in December 2024. Election year, Abaya and the recording year, the government will do everything possible to look good. But in the history of this country, election year, December 2024, they scheduled over 700 megawatts of power. That is their record. If you were about January 2025, Ubekaya and Miami Boss on Abujinako, the issue say liquid fuel from the Maya power thermal plants can they be new. Okay. Gas and no more you see. The power plant. And no World Bank guarantee for ENI and its partners. No more $500 million. IPPs, no more to latest threaten government. The wind chair bedroom lights, we went chair bedroom lights. Let it be.
Yeah, that's
how they were writing those letters. Go and look at the power sector, even ECG, or procurement practice. They had over 2,600 containers sitting there. That is their record. What to talk cables, just anyhow.
Yeah, but do big busa question beyond that. Say, Neoma ne was our containers, Nimna Yedi Hong Komono. They have all been used. Meaning,
it is false.
Hey.
Meaning, Missy Atamoka, and you know, correct.
Sir,
and one of these days, I will talk to minister for us to take you to the warehouses and you see the materials.
The cables are still there?
They say they are live. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The evacuation plan, we are not done with the evacuation of these containers. As we speak, that's why I mentioned earlier that we've done evacuation of over 1,000 529. We are not even done.
And all of the containers are evacuated are still intact.
I will just, me myself, because you are my learned friend, I will take the pains to ask for permission from government and will take you there. You go and see the materials. ECG, your materials work. But are those the materials that are needed at this point? The primary things that ECG needs today, 28,000 fuses and poles. They need transformers. Those Bakokra and count. One, Bakokra and count. So far, what is done, the evacuation. You will come back to this. And that's why I'm saying that. And I will share a car over 3 billion. IPP stretching every time. Hereby, what did the minister do? The minister did a comprehensive review of the entire energy sector. Took every moving part, one after the other. First issue of fire, IPPs, the minister is a democrat. But now buying share a car demo. By international, there is a discussion. Number one, economy do no legacy debts no temeso. Number two, tariffs are not agree no. Ye renegotiate our tariffs no. Number three, we should argue on a roadmap. And number four, I promise you, but soon if your invoice I will pay you and we will stay correct. IPPs need it to know. First one, among my discount, we have physical cash, Leonard, a car, a deal. I said, maybe 1 billion, I watch me $252 billion, $1 million. That is the discount they give us. That's the first part. No tariffs, no mark agree, no. Yes, so in no more renegotiation, no more say tariff. So we'll bring that before Parliament for approval, so you get the fine details. If you want to know more agree, say, legacy debts, no, we should have a payment plan. This year, make TLC, next year, make TLC, and then within this period, I'll pay you. And they are also agreed. The first idea of we told them that send them a cash waterfall mechanism, no, not a binder than a discount in your hand. We'll manage the cash waterfall mechanism well. And so, what are we going to do? We'll improve revenue collection, and then we'll ensure that the money that comes in will go strictly according to what the cash waterfall mechanism is. 2024, the entire year, and the cash waterfall mechanism, you raise 6 billion. 2025, and the cash waterfall mechanism, you raise 13 billion. And once again, your researcher's position, Isaac, is so wrong. Yesterday, I heard him on your channel when he mentioned that the only issue has to do with dollar. Meaning, it's not about dollar. We have improved revenue collection. We have been efficient with expenditure and procurement. So it's not just about dollar. If that was the case, if the revenues that are coming in are the same, and then you can make the conversation that we are getting more because of exchange rate.
But the revenue position.
Let me clarify that. Okay. We are taking the money in cedis. And just kind of dollars. The revenue that we've raised by doubling the cash waterfall mechanism money, an improvement in expenditure. So you should check the cash waterfall mechanism report, and I'll share a copy with you. Last year we did 13 billion. Well, not 6, not 7. That is a double of what we have. And so the point that he makes that, exchange rate dollar is false. The exchange rate contributes, but your collections and the monies available also have a significant effect on what you have. And that's what we've done. That is why we're able to do 13, and they had 6. And that 13, we didn't spend it all. They found spending on procurement. They found to 2.5 mm cables. They are charmer utilities. We are current with them. And almost spending invoice back. We take those invoices and we pay them. Some of them get 100% of the invoice they present every month. If you want to say second issue, fuel. You see liquid fuel, and there's a natural gas. As a government policy, you be a gas to power policy. We want to run more on gas instead of running more on liquid fuel. And so what did we do? We went to our Jubilee partners, we went to ENI, we went to our partners in Nigeria. We said we need an increase in natural gas because compare the cost of natural gas to liquid fuel, it's almost 40 to 50%. It is almost spending 1 billion on liquid fuel. Natural gas, we spending about 600 million. And so what did we do? ENI, normally around 210, 220 scarf, and I say a million standard cubic feet in a month, in a day. We've got ENI to be doing 280 million standard cubic feet in a day. Jubilee, normally around 80, 90. We've got them to be doing 130 million standard cubic feet a day. Now Nigeria, only around 70. Now we are doing about 100 million standard cubic feet a day. By virtue of that, we've been doing significant production and generation through natural gas. In the 2024, I brought motor 8 parcels of liquid fuel. Last year, 8 or 4. And this year, we've budgeted to buy 2, Akosua 3, depending on what the factors will be. You see on a share legacy a kaida. And I say gas bills saying 500 million. Bruh, you be changing now. What they spent in 8 years, we use less than 12 months to repay it back. And you can confirm from World Bank.
Are you by this saying, Leonard Mepacho, are you by this saying, sir, the statement of Free Finance Ministry by, sir, your clear energy sector debt $1.47 billion, no? And no the total debt in the sector?
Oh, that is not the total debt. The first thing I said, so Muja a debt over 3 billion. So that cannot be the total debt. What we've done is that we are looking at all the components of what they left us, and we are fixing it. And that's why I make the point here. There are points of they saying, say, I buy in the energy sector, no, I buy in no. When they pick each and every record they left us, they will see that we have performed better.
It is a debt, no, I can't say, do you know?
Oh, I have to check with finance because, but whatever it is, we are nowhere close to 3 billion.
Okay.
We are nowhere close to 3 billion. The mess they caused in 8 years, we have used 15 months to undo and correct a lot of the debt.
And it is here, apart from the legacy debt, now you TMU 1.47 billion, no? Are we now accruing fresh debt? And
no, we are not accruing. That's what I meant by we are current with them. Invoices by each year. And you can check the cash waterfall report. That's published by PURC.
And that's
why I wouldn't say PURC.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, PURC is not under the ministry.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Yes, you can look at the report. And you will see it there. It is what the record is.
Are we also current? Are we current on your fuel debt and so?
We are current. We are current. When you say once you are generating power, you procure every time.
Yes.
Every day you are running. Today be a kaba. A kaba busumia. What we do is that we do the compilation, we forward it to finance, and then we ensure that it's paid. The debt is recurring. But say but now in time past 1 year in no matter letters, no matter that is not happening. In fact, let me refer you to one statement. In here, the 1.47 billion ATI, go and read the statement that was published by IPG, that's Independent Power Generators, former IPP. I want you to read that statement for your listeners. I want you to read that statement. You will see what they said in there. They commended government. They commended Dr. Jinapo and government they commended government for bringing back confidence, investor confidence. The people that the opposition is crying say, they lauded government and then they described it as a positive step in restoring stability in the energy sector. Those were their words. Those were their words. And so when we take every single metric in the energy sector, we have performed far, far, far. What they've done in 8 years and what we have done in 15 months, we have performed far better than them. And we will ask them that if they should support the government. They should just support the government, and then let's go to the reforms that we are doing. Once we finish the reforms, the goal is that we'll have a better energy sector than we left it. And it's not just power, petroleum in addition. For 6 consecutive years, we've had dwindling oil reserves for 6 years. We have identified the problem. We are going to Parliament. We are before Cabinet. Now we'll go to Parliament. We'll fix the problem. And then under this administration, we've had a lot of oil majors express interest in the petroleum sector. You've had Exxon express interest that they are coming back. Chevron. You've had CNOOC. You've had Shell. All of them express interest that they are coming into our market, and that will deal with the problems that the previous administration created. In the energy sector, record is terrible. That is the record. That's the fact.
Leonard, may I ask you, I'll be looking forward to the Gridco boss interview next week.
I'll do that. I will speak to him right after, and I'll get them to compile with the permission of Honorable Minister, which I know that is media friendly and engages the public. It will let the Gridco CEO come, and then it will take you one after the other.
Very well.
Give you a clearer indication of what the grid reports have been, what the supply has been, what the demand has been. Daily reports for us to have a better understanding. But let me reiterate again that what the research by Joy News is erroneous, it is wrong, it is not backed by facts, and that the minister has written to Kwesi for a retraction and apology on that.
We'll see how that goes. Me and Nas Bibiani Ebesia in Komobio. Right?
Yes, yeah, that.
Yeah, that's Papa. That's Richmond Roxon Esquire, or a head of communications, energy ministry, energy and green transitions ministry. And I'm going to say, ADM. Asempa 94.7 FM. Make us idea incoming regional chairman for the NPP, Greater Accra region, former MP Lejokoko, former CEO, NHIA, former board chairman, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, former deputy health minister, former health minister, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, Atnase Ewo studio ha. Enche yere nkomono ebe shesheso. Ba moma yentie we tew emra yeba. I'll speak with him. And the member of parliament for Seshiyoso, Miami Senior Ewo St. John's School, Second D. And to make I say, the Honorable Kofi Bente, me call Form 1, now a house prefect, Ewo House 1, St. Francis House, and a member of parliament, Ewo Seshi, Yoso constituency. He would also join us now, Yedi and Como. Stay here, yeah, Basis here.
Semisoriano pa, Kale Chaco toothpaste na me de missing. And mommy confidence, the money na.
Se wushia ama na misifit gusuna misrea. Yo me de Kale Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Oba de ni pa e wo bidi mu no. Ene ye Kale Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban e free mwa e boy sin mu to kro. E si ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kale Chaco toothpaste so ni. Yeti center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at Tobu. Minister no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me siye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibinama na me sita tutu ni na guso.
Enkane no ania ma me no de bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kale Chaco toothpaste mu no. E ma siye fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. No wanum yi hwam. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kale Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
Aji ingredient to yatumo. Africa green tea,
deep pepper purple. Deep purple. It is a wood tomacola with Giania. Now what of Africa queen mackerel? The rich shawelu keke. No pokwa. A dear baby, not a grown any penny out of you. You're a grown not a malaria fever, typhoid fever, and menstruation, cold and jointed, loss of appetite, mono,
Electroland Ghana Limited, yeah, mamu, for our loyal customers, because your loyalty deserves more, yeah, mamu, big rewards for you and me, from Accra to Tamale, all over Ghana. Electroland, yeah, #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media, and NASCO Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Na ade na ya obeya wada formason ya funu emunumuni.
Oh Mr. Antwi eya also ya reya titi bi ben fie pi na so ne yam nyono da se me chew no ahodo amato a me hunu hwea ebe ya nwanwa
menyi ni se what also tamfo hexa capsules any hexa mixture ya no mbom kutia also no bia ma no anom anka ne ho ato no dadaada also dro de eno any hexa capsules any hexa mixture
akom ni nchiremu
also ye kura eto ye funu ene ensunu mu etuma wo ye funu ekeka wa wogire ho a enyi also etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wadidi awie so how eye also de a compare hexa capsules any hexa mixture na no mbom na ho ebeto
pedudu eto a ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 02038228855 Apefo abatanya awoma won mofrɛnofo ene mofra woni mfiedu mienu enka ho Haxa capsules ene ne mesha
Asa tamfo edi age edwade nkrato yi atom
Hello, Medindi Wakadri. Na me was anti-samanfo what you say.
Ma hi, you're from me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yemfa ntwa to me bio.
Ana me crofwa was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking your account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblocking.
Ebenum dia ho pepre to me feed imo.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send one se siara. Na ya upgrade won ko yan ATM services for front so.
Na wona manage won ho pa ne wona wo click kane ansa na wo modwene ho. Kano kre like play won crow bit me ato science and fidimo bon hu ban kai say Ecobank in free ana in send wo email ana message in misawo pin OTP bank card ana Ghana card wa semda ma winning now Ecobank the Pan-African Bank.
Ayampo se akwantuo mu nsem ye ka ne duonim na wanko bia na yew sa atesem eno ma bebree na Ghana de hye namu wonkofo amanso de wote woni beje ene de owo ebeho
hwekura yewo yesi slow ato eya 20 inches 3 days yet mimpie we eyekro
Enti ti abrochen komo akwaku amankwa akontaju edi bro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so
idrumi menda na se nwa no mu amanone ye omosua kakra ye omusu ahunu ye nsu yatie ye nyina etrasia ni aka bom
memre da bia e bonosia epem se ya ekosi na watwe twentwene ye ho e wo abrochire se de yakohu ene de abeduru fie de yehu ni ehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwa se ye
ze na je se abrochire komo na dimu tintim pa
ye bewe no ma hodo a e won kofo amanso a ye betimi de aboa Ghana amana fa ne to ma pefra o manyi puntu na habot san passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wo abrochire komo dwumade yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no wa kire wadwen
Robert David Nikasa free Germany Kobe yeah Amsterdam concept no what for abrochire for wo wa amana ne nemu wo mu atrama no de na wo tipie no mu kura na so program no mu aso project mu e nwanwa
shene so say me me de bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochire komo ni
Achedie kese o. Electroland Ghana Limited ye mamu achedie kese for our loyal customers o. Because your loyalty deserves more, ye mamu achedie kese pa. Big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale, all over Ghana. Electroland ye #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media, and NASCO Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Nti se wo to mackerel e woduane a na wato Africa Queen mackerel na wecha wenum keke lompakwa
Achedie kese o Electroland Ghana Limited die ye mamo achedie kese for our loyal customers o because your loyalty deserves more ye mamo achedie kese pa big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland die #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Every mosquito study run away.
This advert is FDA approved. Ghana, so the bathroom accessories in the quality, never channel. Imaros Neto, Imaros Home Decor, and bathroom accessories here. WC, water taps, kitchen sinks, faucets, wash and basins, vanity basins, arresting water heaters, and a BB was it and we would be finished here. Imaros Home Decor, and open your home. I'm considering how many feet in the neighborhood. What are the up to 40% discount. 18 can count us. Imaros Home Decor, and woman can tank out to mobile showroom in the Sasso. Watch him what so we warm up Patasi Police Depot. Agency Road from 055 965 0682 055 965 0682. Emma Ross Home Decor and Josikamu Papanini.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. Ebano electrical appliances baby baako pe na obinya de papa na ne buof Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiise 100 inches air conditioners washing machines blenders microwaves kettle cooking stoves your Samsung with CCTV cameras any your crystal clear never phones any accessories abi you know that Franco number 1 Burua Franco shop be benwo nekwajo electrical appliances ya tete small fresh 0246-422-338 and 0555-939311 and www.francotrading.com ubetimi ako app store any play store no download Franco app. Franco still phone papa is here. Na last year massive. Afraid DHI. Asempa FM UCF Fun Day. 30th May. See Havana Bayer Day. Tama Bayer Day. Why? And Edge Afi UEFA Champions League. No. Get ready. Asempa FM UCF Fun Day. Yes, match no Giants Chris no. Na ye boss what ola. Eti market date no calendar ne so. 30th May. Ye shout Havana. Asempa FM UCF Fun Day. Powered by Adum FM. Only Adum TV. Nasco, bring home happiness. Soccer bet, your best bet for sports betting. The digital Efedini, Kiss Condom. Start with Kiss Condoms and go smooth with Kiss Strawberry Gel. See Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition, great entertainment. DSTV, feel every moment.
Hello, Medindi Wakadri. Na me was anti-sama for what you say.
Hi, Efremi Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yemfa ntwa to me bio.
Ana me crofwa was so say me frefi.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblock you.
Ebenum dia ho prepare to me feed you.
Mr. Click a link what text message I send one say Ciara. Na ya upgrade won ko yan ATM services for front so.
Na wona manage won ho pa ne wona wo click kane ansa na wo modwene ho. Kano kre like play won crow bit me ato science and fidi mu bon hu ban kai say Ecobank in free ana in send wo email ana message in misa wo pin OTP bank card ana Ghana card wa semda ma winning now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, hands are very strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hands are very strong. Oh, Ghana shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break when the rain they fall. Still no shake, builders they choose and plumbers they prove and any project you they start. Syntax
Inti sa wo to makala e woduane a na wato Africa Queen Macro na we chawenu mu keke na mpakwa.
Hello, Medindi Wakadri. Na me was anti-sama for what you say.
Hi, Efremi Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yemfa ntwa to me bio.
Ana me crofwa was so say me frefi.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblock you.
Ebenum dia ho prepare to me feed you.
Mr. Click a link what text message I send one say Ciara. Na ya upgrade won ko yan ATM services for front so.
Na wona manage won ho pa ne wona wo click kane ansa na wo modwene ho. Kano kre like play won crow bit me ato science and fidi mu bon hu ban kai say Ecobank in free ana in send wo email ana message in misa wo pin OTP bank card ana Ghana card wa semda ma winning now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Asempa Paba. Good Luck Africa Limited. Ewo Osu. Accra. Edi Asem Dede Bi Bro. Yede discount kesiye to your home appliances ni nyina so. Yete to say Shabam. Massa offer we empower kra. Esanse enya de beba wa kwemu bio. Free NCC na beji wo quality appliances. Beji ACs every 2,590 cedis. TVs every 899 cedis aircore. Microwaves every 599 cedis aircore. Fridges so every 1,599 cedis. Glass cookers no SRC every 1,499 cedis. Any yake kan wo bebre. Shishe tira kwa ewo Oxford Street, Osu Accra. And after Good Luck Africa Eneya. Ewa huma trofo iso
020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000 020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000.
Good Luck Africa Limited ana umpewe na upedien.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth.
Oh, Fabia, now what you say? And who did you know?
Mom, Patros, I toothpaste not that the buyer no. Send me the chichimisi and no men no shishim, no me boss of no me.
Wait, no excuse. Abo fratie. What sorry, no pa. It was what the tree was say. And son, where did you? Now, no, so Ediana Yanisre. What you say?
Yes, Mom. Medical Kids toothpaste now, or the buy and run. And they chichimisi.
Why, dear? Cow Kids toothpaste, dear. Yeah, Mama, fat is someone with the mfie mienu kopim mfie nsia.
Na ya me dede say strawberry. Na me say me dimpo.
Debbie inni toothpaste enye toffee why? Yes say the Kel Kids toothpaste. Be ma mofra we di mfie mienu kopim mfie nsia de atwetwere wo mo se. Every say eboa ese a emu abotokro ana ahye epamum wawa ehase na mana ho din mapa me bomodin say me the Kel Kids toothpaste be ma me metwetwere wo mo se. Abribia Kel Kids toothpaste e ma mofra si twetwere ye ni jese.
Kel, happy smile.
I'm feeling so good in the new day. It's our 25th anniversary, hooray. Powerhouse too long, you can prove what you say. 25 years and still rolling, hooray. So we and we try to drive our powerhouse. And one of you use control drive and the powerhouse. And one of you use police nurses and doctors, doctor powerhouse. And one of you use the market women and the farmers, farmer powerhouse. And one of you use
Hooray! Powerhouse is 25 years and still rolling. Try out our exciting new Gold Rush variants today. Powerhouse, strong all day. Keep out of the reach of children. This advert is FDA approved.
1xBet, ultimate dosso. Now with this one, yet Jessica on 10 and it be a good deal who do be. 1xBet.com.gh website and our app so use a promo code GHDRAM. Nothing at 300% welcome bonus. A copy 5,500 Ghana cedis. Gambling when you throw into channel washe yemu. And yema wana one dim fie do mochi. Gaming commission agent kratu yatum.
Napaye, Afi, Yekono, my mother, my mentor, Michre, me mame, me chrefu, ye nigo se, ye sha wo fon kwen ni monyamu, nemu, ye sha ma, omatiti yen, na waye yen nia ye enenu eni monyam. Enfutu de ma wo, etu wache juma wo ye, adia baako a wo kan ya, edi wechi afebo. Seseya, ye pese ye tisa in semono. Send a 1-minute voice note and our video Efabra WhatsApp number 0531029795. Kabribia, Wumami, Ana Obastron Kupia or Wabra Bomu, ye Ana Kaya, a Sakra Wubra. Nashe, Wubet me dim kunim, na winya yena Chedia Stronko, Amman, and Napaye, my mother, my mentor, Metra, me mami, Metra for Adult TV and Napaye 2026. Nimekwa asoya sinning Tasty Tom seasoning powder, taste me flavor. Afa Franco Trading Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Pa Fee. Las Palmas Food Center. Adriani Papa Fee. Adult TV. Here was
Na last year massive. I feel DHI. Asempa from UCF Fun Day. 30th May. See Havana Bayer Day. Tama Bayer Day. Wine and Edge. I feel UEFA Champions League. No. Get ready. Asempa from UCF Fun Day. Yes, a match no Giants Chris no. Na ye boss watola. Eti market date no calendar ne so. 30th May. Yes, shouty Havana. Asempa from UCF Fun Day. Powered by Adum FM. Only Adum TV. Numekuwa so yasene. Nasco. Bring home happiness. Soccer bet. Your best bet for sports betting. The digital if you didn't Kiss condom. Start with Kiss condoms and go smooth with Kiss strawberry gel. See Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition, great entertainment. TSTV. Feel every moment. Max by Diasem Dedabo. Yes, Max by C. Beto Bibia Fala. Enjoy up to 50% discount on all items. This Friday, all roads lead to Max by shops. Come get your mobile phones, ACs, TVs, washing machine, swallow maker, and more. Up to half the price. For further enquiries, call us on 054-401-9552. It's Max Buy Day and Bibia Yefala.
Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen
Asempa FM. Obi nebalo, biba, obibo, obiba, obiba, obi, Asempa nabo. Obi nebalo, biba, obibo, obi nebalo, obi, Asempa nabo. Obi nie, ekosise nie. Bonsu our Asempa, the brand mama. Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiise Dwumedie ena wasuguso a utie na dofonom yeda mu nyina asese mokoso ede mafidie no eto ha mutie yen and for mo amutie wo radio so no yeda mu nyina asese munya abotre etwen yen ma yen trust transmission signals nso assign a bar back yeda mu nyina ase on YouTube live is streaming show yi ewo eho enti if it's ame kopem se no nsia ne fa ebebo no yede yen discussion segment ena ebe medical ka se Dr. Bernardo Koboy abekansa ewo studio ha dada enti anchamo be ye hwe nim se the honorable Kofi Bente ono ye MP for Seshiyoso constituency in the Western North region so be abekayensa na afei yetumi edi enkomoba Electroland Ghana Limited seminfanto Ghana fo nyina enim se World Cup eba bebe ya dia omoye a special World Cup promotion na a promotion mount access to benefit from your weekly and monthly big rewards. So what Samsung, TCL, Media and Nasco Electronics anywhere in Ghana from any authorized dealer or reseller ubetimi take part of this amazing rewards promotion. And you just buy LED smart TV, split air conditioners, double door fridges, auto grill gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, microwaves, blenders, mobile phones, and many more. Unya Toria, dial star 928 star 8888 hash, star 928 star 8888 hash. And as I call register.electrolandraffles.com. Now I enter a weekly and monthly draws na BBA Timia Koyama. This is approved by the NLA on the Caritas platform. Electroland Ghana Limited, rewarding your patronage the big way. T's and C's apply. Enti moma yen shanenso. Ma meaning komowe emra yeba. There is some news coming through from the Bank of Ghana. Efa won losses are reported in the year 2025 as against 2024. We'll deal with that. Now, Ansan, a member of parliament for Tolong constituency or a deputy minority whip in parliament, the Honorable Habib Idrisu, ono ena right to information request Ako Energy Ministry on insa eshasi yene no enin komo na yen trust Honorable Ekosiise nso ne akwaba.
Yeah, boko.
Adom na unso
yeah, boko.
In confirm my what the right to information request Ako Ministry of Energy and Green Transition.
Yes. Yesterday na me file request.
Efa Esla, right?
Yes.
Okay, Esla, no, that's the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025. But specifically, as amended. Sure. Specifically, no, a day now here, open day.
Me the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition to give us the total amount or revenue they realize as collection from the Energy Sector Levy Amendment Act 2025, and also the full list of specific expenditure in which the revenue have been used for. The background is say Tama Abai introducing this tax in Parliament. It came with a memorandum, and what the minister responsible for energy explained in the floor of Parliament, and Ekosiise said, yeah, 1 cedi that is supposed to be taxed per liter, it was meant to correct two things. First was to reduce the price of fuel at the pumps, and the second was to be able to use to keep our light on our light on. A chair say, ye cheer sas cannot be an chair say, ye any problem with Dumsobium. Now, this year, Ampo, we are experiencing Dumso, part of the country, if not the whole country. And then I need to know, because, sir, Abemba Parliament, Oba Odi Sabi we buy and the certificate of agency, they rush it through. And Ghanaians were told, and some people were happy because others argue in the media that if I'm paying 1 cedi to keep my light on, anyhow. And if I'm paying 1 cedi per liter to reduce the price of fuel at the pump, anyhow. But you see, we are experiencing Dumso. So the question is that pedal from the ministry with regards to this energy sector levies, and we are experiencing Dumso. So why must we continue to pay this 1 cedi per liter, that is 4 cedi per gallon, when our lights are off? When fuel prices have increased, even from whatever they inherited. Now it is more than that. So the question is that why should we be able to pay? So I want to know that the money they are collecting, is it the case that they have misappropriated it? Is it the case that Omudia Tia and now Manfan? And why are they owing IPPs over $500 million? That is the back of the reason why as far as this RCI.
But me say in the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025 as amended, no interpretation section ewo act ne meboa. Okay, in the interpretation section, no say act ne cap the minister, a minister be no refer to. Do you know?
So if you look at the entire thing, party loan, the minister here could mean the energy or the finance minister. But normally, if it is tax related, they think that finance ministry will come because there's supposed to be revenue generation. That part we understand. But that money, no, it's not meant for finance minister to do anything, because yet passing loan, we said there must be a special account of which this money must be deposited to use to solve this problem. And the problem that they solving is under the Ministry of Energy. So the Minister of Finance might just be a collection officer. But in terms of and then to make sure you're utilizing the year to keep our lights on and to make sure that we reduce the price of fuel at the pump. It lies in the Ministry of Energy.
Yeah, I get you, but I won't say because ubusa for accruals, sika abem, and knowing very well, say a year levy, you know, in this case a statutory levy, you know, a year in the bosom of the finance minister, and that's how come the last report on SLIBA before Parliament, you know, was signed by the Minister of Finance and not the Minister of Energy. I get the bit, say. I mean, the usage of the money would be under the Ministry of Energy. But share accruals by any idea. The right forum, I think, should be the Ministry of Finance. You don't think so?
But Obi, is it the case that ABR passing this energy sector levy act amended and energy minister on Nimsika do our finance minister G? Is it the case? Is it that the finance minister doesn't tell the energy minister? Because Yankasa finance minister GC can one fund good consolidated fund NBB. Because Yankasa, if you read section 3 very well, it says that the minister shall cause to open and maintain an account to be known as the energy sector support account. So there's a specific account to it. Sure. And when the specific account and the amount of money realized, definitely is the energy minister who will be the implementation authority. And see, is it the case that the finance minister is the only person who knows and the energy minister doesn't know? Like I said, this is the first step. If they respond, or when they respond to the RTI, and I get the angle that they are coming from, then I'll take it from there. But what I do know, and the reason I'm a Ghanaian, here, 1 cedi per liter is to keep our lights on, and now our lights are not on. It's to reduce our the prices of fuel at the pumps, and now the prices of fuel at the pumps have not been reduced drastically from what was inherited. And see, the question is the energy ministry need to report to us or need to tell us what the money is being used for. Now, a case said that based on arguments now will refer me to some sections of the ESLA in terms of reporting. Say, finance minister Bejis Kano, that's the one catcher energy minister say, oh, yeah, yes, NTG way now at IPPs. Now where the Jew dooms or say your problem one of how the first solving the BB. Now can say on to me on catcher energy minister. I don't think so. And if that is the case, if they try to go in that angle, that would be even a more serious matter for us Ghanaians to look at it, because it could directly be a misappropriation of funds, because the funds is for specific instructions. And that is why a special account was open for it.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, my only point of departure because we care about accruals and the receipt of that money, is done by the Ministry of Finance, and then it will be transferred into that special account. The Ministry of Finance becomes the source. So we pay the total accruals, and that's why the Act is specific about the role of the Minister of Finance. And nothing soon a report about Parliament. A free Ministry of Finance, never, not the Ministry of Energy. And that's my only point of view. But I said, trying the response from the Energy Ministry, and then you can advise yourself. You will see how I knew my BCACO. Why?
Okay.
Yeah. In the BBN, I best about bidding Comobio. Why?
Yes, thank you, But about idea way, we have to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, sure.
Why are we paying 1 cedi per liter?
Sure.
4 cedi per gallon, and yet our lights are off?
Sure. Very well. I think it's a legitimate call. Into why?
All right, thank you.
That's the Honorable Abib Idrisu, a MP for Tolon constituency, or a deputy minority whip in Ghana's parliament. And I'm going say no eating 5 minutes after 5. Dr. Okoboy Bebem Nansana no Tabia herbal mixture say mua malaria hamua mojemo ho a enye edura mu hia Ghana ha enne obi age atom ye Tabia herbal mixture. So we be man up say ugina onan so the bonifa male vitality uhia Tabia takum. It's made with honey, 100% organic way, alcohol be enim ema ugina onan so ankasa. So we pe immune booster par excellence, immune booster obiara nso wedi awo no mo aja ubegina so Tabia zone care. And as a yeme team untimi enya onan yiye ope free bowels uhia Tabia herbal capsules inu nyina herbal shop bia we Ghana obenya biato ope dodo to afre 0243 686861 na one Tabia herbal center for into me in Nkomo. Mu sit down between Kaswa to Winneba. In fact, the whole of the central region, the whole of Greater Accra region, sit down will be and wadu. Time was a kokoko dinosaur. Meche urufu dinosaur. There is a new kid on the block, a new sheriff in town. Open roofing company and a siblings roofing company. Omo Porton Junction on the Kaswa Winneba Road into Kaswa area hunyina and udru ha omo very almost signage omo be bold ewo kwan so very nice branding siblings roofing company omo ye alu zinc and aluminium product omo self lock IBR IDT all roofing accessories. They do caps, omoye valley gutters, rain gutters, side trim, special caves. Niyo omoye die bebre. Ko na onu nkonko dija na omonhwe ntimi emo. Omo number ni 0537 794 409 and 0591 624443. Now on siblings roofing company into min kasano omonhwe emo. Dr. Bernardo Koboy Akwaba.
Midasi, Elder. Nyamisha.
Na bibia yeboko.
Oh, nyami adom. Unse o opposition adom na kita wanya aban.
Yes.
Inti sisi adom kita eri asida ne nyami dia. Na oni Dominic ni chum nso madam asi. Na nse ya miko launchi mi campaign.
Yes.
For regional chairman.
Yes.
Mi share mu kasa no mu nyama chese. Mi campaign team kra ma ho din was reach omo. Na makache mu say
sure
nyame ado na medru so ha Dominic ni post ma chenda dada usuma cheo say Supreme Court there say won tena nipa me hu e bia me dem to so far e o man ni we ne metina oye coastal business o china oye contractor it's your relation general goods hey
dog
amamu da for mo
enye easy
hey niama no bi ya na ebi mu kikemu ena omunko omu ni medjuma no ena de na mu ye teshi nungwa sakumono no omunum sio sa abawe by desalination plant bills no omuso muntia
ere teshi ho no mu ni nsio
obi upa mo frɛ na nka mpesa meka ba obi frɛ me say doctor the fact say ozi wo original chairman cheze obeja
teshi ne le ko asemka
me see ushia obi o teshi ananungwa na o chenu yellow gallon no nsio ba kwa echense wa manu data
oh wow
tell wa manu 1 gigabyte adia na ekufa do wo no sebi nipa free say we ye normal ene nipa timi sorry na ochi ehwe bi obi yansio nti obi me de meka ni say wiasi eyadesua me bompa say aban we sebi engu anamo mu hu omo niama no nanso ni nyina ya adesua bibia na wonsa ka ana wondwin a ene first na bia o kofi e no ansa wa drive ko du fi onim say o bohwe tv kakra odi nkora ne we ade ago kakra na wakoda obi se no be kofi o free area guys ansa
ebusa de ne o
ebusa se na area muti say ezi ona na bra na endumu ye ni nyina ya adesua edesua ampa ye nipa menim se eduru ebi no ebi asabi mfunso kakra ye ewu be ye na papa bebre obi ekufo ado nipa me aban ne papa bebre nanso ye nipa de eduru ebi na sabi nipa timi otimi funu nipa kakra nanso adesua ma nyina se odi ade ma obi a bompa ema no na wanhwa bibia na onya no normal no wanhwa na ayeden afun se nti obi Ghana for na say me bompa first me bompa ya me bomma me ho ni me busua ni me bomma production team am ewie say dey me bompa ya me di Ghana nyina account because me ntimi o show kra obi o show me ntimi kra na lucky am yen say me solar panel one bi eye aduma
oh okay
but apart from selling fan and so hwi mu obi solar phones o mo hwe yi o mo ton package na no ma kan de e be ye fridge obi fan pe enu kra mi refi na conditions na man dum ni ntema na solar na tiako enumre nti obi ye be chia otiefo nyina se Ghana nyina ni papa ko se ye kan bibia NDC o mo nye ni yi a kai se enye otan o mo ye ni yi a ye ma ye nyina ana nye sa I've always said that in democracy the ultimate beneficiary is the citizen. Wa wu tie show we say amanyofo ku saa wa idea bi hu na omu wi a de ebe kama no na eboa wo. And I always use free SHS as an example. Yeah, who debate wo kroma wa we say me was come me be sit down me was come to me school fees. Yeah to me an kan kuma na e wu ya na ene awofo Ghana fo e na nyina ya den ya gya mfa so. Enti obi my topic but now dum so show na ma me ho aye we no ntina me ma asusa no
but I think power outages near one major issue for the whole of this week and unim so mampanyi akosombo kohwe the engineers na dwuma mo here to bring back on stream all the 6 turbines so far at 4 about on stream remaining 2 it's a major issue on our table and the news coming through and it's the Bank of Ghana has recorded a net loss of 15.6 billion Ghana cedis in 2025 compared to 9.4 billion Ghana cedis in 2024. Where according to the majority in Ghana's parliament.
Minority or majority?
No, majority.
Omangaza.
And the majority press conference.
No, so in 2024,
2024, 9.4 billion Ghana cedis.
Okay, now 2025
15.6 billion Ghana cedis.
Also minority.
The majority
in
the MP for Sagnerigu and Finance Committee member Ata Issa essay in a press conference where I say government interventions have helped reduce inflation, lower lending rate, and stabilize the city, making the economy more resilient despite global tensions. And he is arguing, say, all of these efforts to stabilize and transform the economy, and a Namsoma Bank of Ghana incurs our losses way of 16.7 billion Ghana cedis. It's also an issue on the table. I bet near the home and
yes. Member Haba, just a loss, no. So Uboka Kesia Obamodi. Obi. Na sebio se amanofo mu sebio school no mu kwa omobonu se Ghana for chese Obi me ne ye dwa
yes
na me boka 9 billion na wo be 15 billion obamodi chemi
so no 15 billion or the year nioma
na obi kana boy no or the ministry Obi mami started with doom so hey kroma niama basic kroma Dr. Obi in fact mami chair Dr. Mahmoud Baumia the next president of the Republic of Ghana, inshallah, by the grace of the Almighty, and by the support and prayers of Ghanaians.
Okay.
Obi, Ankawama lost we cry baby scatter me thoughts. Say, yeah, you see ya bon, sebi yen hunyamano, you see Addis, you see yen goje, okay, say almost yen Addis. Now Obi poka 9 billion, now say ya arresting. Addis no yako the fear ko breaking into the fear no governor Addis now Addis boka 9 billion na enu nti yesi onko jela na Obi the oboka 15 billion no ono yeri ni ko Pentecost so ana yeri ni ko Obi we dey remember dum so no Obi Martin narrative be say dum so no President Mama before the first time JM 1.0 no
yes
or solve dum so before you buy Obi sa narrative no enyampa from 2013 all the way to 2016 you know now power supply is very unreliable. In fact Obi and this focus omukasa to say Ghana for enim de nti omusisa about 2016 no munim pa and me be more on the reasons Obi say kania eco offer emma companies are producing yamano cost of production sika di producing amana e ekosro na le yemfa say company be produce le yemfa say ideal milk
yes
na sika di share electricity mu ni bibia tua workers bibia 1 million Ghana no ye profit of let's say 1 million
yes
profit of 1 million no di workers bibia immediately you better start adum kania now instead of 1 million cost no more production you know ebe call 1.4 million because omu to diesel profit nati from 1 million to 600,000 Obi yes the ebe see ye niema mienu either so lay of workers omu ti omu scan niema no omu yi omu ye de every ho
yes
and now was omu tu niema no omu ton no ye de eso na omu san recover omu sika but sometimes omu ntimi tu niema so because or two so be uncompetitive say okoto ade a ye be to obi de ye ntono de enti obe pam workers enti dum so na esi from 2013 to 2016 and leading to unemployment ebi mu lose some jobs Obi you see obi o twan no se na dance ni e wa brochi multimedia meaning papa bia no ye juma me body din na omo management o see ebe do 2015 2016 hono multimedia eduru ebi no not because of this na moto ba mo so generator into you started lay off some of your workers you from say master say you know production cost akosro and adunsu some of your channels went on air off air because now you wanted to save cost enti ma mo ye show na adunu bi kofie and at daytime for so ye friends ye tell bi kakra na ya severance na wako Obi Sanya manu kosuma enu ma nkrofo hu ere akire won. Number 3 unemployment. Hotels. Obi hotels na breach obi because mo say dey be air condition na so. Omo lay off a lot of their staff. Enti dum so no e wo brofo frɛ no negative ramifications and externalities. Obi welders Ube bema oye tailor. Daytime Mushiana Otiho, no wanya orders. Then you don't pomadia or see light anyhow. Obi. If the income of Obia sebi our low class of mudada, a conformer, a driving with the FNO under the poverty line. And you sebi in background or mobile romantic hospital because a juma or a juma like a conform. Obi. Sebi fire outbreaks. And go fridge, no TV, never say here. Obi. So the point I'm making is say, never when you count President John Dramani Mahama 2016 Ghana forecast say papa, and just say a time now so you won't chair to my system. Obi. Dr. Kobo Nyamia Dome Matina cabinet mukakra. Obi na about 5.6 months. Now so Nyamia Dome yesuya nyama ho. Obi 5 months chain 0. Ana nyesa. Aha. No. Mami nchemi of Amakwata. Yeah. Amakwata mono adom no dos wo so. Omo mu twa about 7 plus. But Obi, the mission wo ho ne say President Akufo-Addo Ghana for me ka we na munti ase. President Akufo-Addo catch your cabinet say apart from paying salaries no. Now Dr. Mahmoud Bame not na nchen. Omu catch say apart from salaries the next most important item and I buy fund dia grow our finance minister said to energy sector payments bills no. And to the be share Dr. Napono or the amin anta enam. And to Ghana for me mama say a light na ya do no and yes say be machine enye aduma sika was say yentua obi to make sure say all the value chain no intact no sasika no and flow so na flow we Akufo-Addo time no. Now obi NDC as a party no obi e was say yensua NDC school menya bia meko NDC school omu school bia e kire okwan a e be do election otemi kasa na ban na waso no wan ye hi na nkrofo buafu no obi eno ye number 1 ni o miensa na NDC bomodi how to make sure say open and throw the ukono nipa okobo emi wo teshimi collection nipa shewa na wemuna obi NDC yes omu yes skillful obekam wasem ya onka wabonti obeti akoyi ano anajo awada sebi wada no wakache se papa wei musika nyina watam de akoka so akosi hospital teshi for NDC catch omu so koboy de musika akosi hospital kaswa up to a net nkofo saka etaka saka sa uko kaswa so ayehwehwe o yehu up to ne omo ka se odi musika akosi hospital koboy sebi oye MP nyamebua no nya sika no one form bo atechi for akosi hospital e kaswa. And people believed it. Me see up to now, teshi for all say hospital no kobo ko si wa kaswa enti na nto abama no. Enso hospital na kasa ni wiase ha. Kaswa apata kra edi ye car wash me ni bi. Obi, NDC is skillful. NDC ma teshi for nyina tia say ohini bi owo teshi wa ye friend betolo. The only reason ohini a owo teshi so kobo na wama wanya valid ohini. Enti sebi e hoso ahimfo asem tokwa ho enti obia odi no washa ahimfo asem a odi sa agbetolo wo problem no odi okobo problem ena ye ka say okobo isi onye techi politics betolo no ono na NDC for both MC ni MP they odi ye all the programs techi for nyina ayedin obia epede ye koso no obi me see eye nimde bia me nim bi o mkoso aye adia enemu NDC be count usu ama nipa nyina atan na omo ye wie a nipa nso yesi sohwe e de manipa osu ade ene niama bebre aye wo krom ho a sebi ahot nipa shawa na obebe biom na obebe bi obi ejuma din anaju anopa wo ye nyina no ye be kan sem ba ko na ide ase ni nyina NDC very skillful na hwe ye wo power 8 years un share say na ye cheche mu e na cobra bi e wo Asante region cobra ne yire owo kese ne yire akọ transformer ho e na enye ko be python ayo onini kese no ye python bi e na ama say no maintenance aye some way NDC ni ba ku bi say high rise building no they say na ma power na twi obi one tisa kasa ye tuma din ma ye so say Ghana for uso fa na ye den eso. But NDC is good at demonizing. And number 2, obi omu good at promising. Unim say omu kasa anaju kra light no bills no dey.
Ebe kofom.
Oh obi.
As part of the 24-hour economy. Oman come in isolation.
So we ofri so ebe mi ya wa be. Say na o kan se be kofom. Che say tema me nti ase edu nkete na wo so unda wo so utie. Obi. Ase edu nkete ase 24-hour economy no. De nti anaju obi be sa so machine I operating say light bill no be cha anaju ebe wo form cha anopa. Na say ya ka say anopa de kra akem. Na anapa form kra nya ebi fa yeduma. Wo anaju na wo ko yeduma. Obi. Good at promising. And the third one omo ya yani say NDC you good at ridiculing. Professor ridiculing. Adike sia wa no or kwa ya na adina say we su ye den. Obi inkwara ya mo call free SHS o ma wo parents o mo in the millions NDC you skill for mo to be come here say na free SHS inkwara kwa mo duane ti say eduane ankwara di kwa me kama kwa ye de endi. Obi program kesi we a ekufo do anda na pomo anda ya yi. Obi and headmasters omo na edi sika be ma na omo akọ dwom buffer stock back jai obi ene na FM and for the first time teachers headmasters in sro omo ti be ka say eduane ni sika na short mo amfa ma ya ye be ye patch omo ma ya order na into schools obi enzi just a few weeks ago na de me catch Ghana for ni say achia na nzo ye den embuye obi because me person Ghana for be bre because of nyama in this for yentin obi the mekan say in fact before I make my point we no me can say end this for you good at ridiculing uya dia wa bre no no why say we su dey obi Lekman Road one of the most important needs of Teshi Okoboy me enter Kufado dem wo Nima over 5 times on the Lekman Road mamin chiami wo fama kwata ni me papa Lekman Road inti akaka kan na me me papa kra baba yen tokwa obi finally nyamnya dom Ekufado ni ba me aban ye Lekman Road no NDC for your campaign o Teshi say sika di Lekman Road no inkuma emresu ton na edi sika no to ho na Okoboy nya hwe
in chroma time no me Lekman Road sika na
World Bank also Okoboy road World Bank sika nya no nya hwe obi ya wa landing beach I know na stone I say breakwater I know na buana a stopping waves tidal waves obi onim say NDC for go catch Teshi for ni fisher folks afari for say anytime obi be nsuo be for obi ana bibi no landing beach no Okoboy be ye ni nti ena sebi unso obi bibi asay won epuno no Okoboy enti afari for no bisa say yembra na yembe tutu buo no $10 million project yembe tutu
in free ho project na man ko fo wu nsuo
obi ena me do kasai high tide a ku nkrofo wo vote ani nyama no nsuo high tide ba obi ani Teshia nsuo ere ebe say na
bibia
first no nsuo to a obeti na afra MP nsuo be so mu nyama point am ye ni say one of the things that are dangerous about the NDC I am me bompa say nyame mboa ni say ade a wa ya boa nipa no otimi ma nipa sorry ti ade no because of politics Etobi mesre Ghana for good news e wo ni say number 1 Dr. Okoboy ye be kosu aka ama NDC pressure na sika wo so ontua na ye ntofa anwo na munya light no Okoboy be ka na munsanye den e ka light no pato muntie mi o aban bi wo power nipa o ma aban no na ho keka ekosoro aso da o sorry e yo mo mo den opposition pato utie mi atie mi enti so Okoboy e ka se aban we mfa sika na waji wo yensem enkotofa anwo na yensan kan electricity pato tie mi Okoboy e ka ama wo e na good news ni be ka ama mo se na Ekufado hwehwe sika se na Dr. Baumia na Ekufado hwehwe sika for 8 years munya kanea ne yeduma no ye be sure say ye be yiri aban wei na wa hwehwe sika na kanea no yaso ama obi o hwe ye honorable na wa ba no on say ni light na ya dum ntikra ni ankata ye no na aye we kakra obi nana welcome me come Ghana for obi enti but o tiemia Dr. Okoboy nim say o fridge no niaba na ewo mu no say enti Okoboy ma wa ati ase say aban wei se na Ekufo Addo ni Dr. Baumia de bia pay sika ma ye tua sika ma ye nya fa nwo ma onya electricity no ye ntie sa python ana cobra na mo ka no ye be yiri won ama mudi sika atofa nwo aye sure say unsaba kan electricity na mpacho another good news e wo ni say anopai me di Dr. Mahmoud Baumia bonkomo obi na Dr. Baumia anopai oka bibi ma meniji o say Dr. Okoboy the objective of the MPP will not be to only provide stable power. It will be to provide affordable power. Obi, tiedemi kanu. Enyeze electricity pena yebe ye nweju wa magana fo. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia ebe yesho say sa 24% na electricity na ya tusu as say uto electricity na adi cheaper na credit na sano. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia say yebe ye jumadin ama renewable energy na wa ye mix no mo ebe kosro pa chen combustion before for combustible thermal plant ebe ma eno ayede aba form obi e na ye ka say omo na omo so mo nim economy chichire no na Ekufo Addo jemusika 25% less about we osi wa belu or the taxes over 25% increase about electricity obi eni so mo we won obi osi ya ye jikakra no ye sabi ye nim ejuma no oba ye no osari bia ye den atoso na obi electricity otusua people don't know it can create unemployment because companies bebre the reason why a lot of companies relocate to Ivory Coast obi Ivory Coast companies bebre say Ivory Coast omoko obi someone the first thing they quote is the cost of electricity. Ivory Coast electricity is way cheaper for industries than in Ghana before even a 24% increase. Now the area one quality obi onim say increases are in this yaba budget mo ya mo nka wo so far no eno na one of the most skillful name ato aya me wo football team me mo ato na ye striker obi ato force Okoboy say World Cup aye koi ye person ye win pansha goals the best person to be the striker for the Black Stars honorable ato force obi didn't make us or you the only finance minister obi or cancel tax more or kind budget already but be jisika o ho a budget na so be chira wotua and na profo no skillful striker and the dum so levy 4 cedi per gallon atu anka we bia already budget man buy one mokola nyina obi me for mokola no man just space obi a in tomato form atu beji utu dey na esi obi ase atu atwa 11 andi na wotwi me for mokola obi a edin me si dey na esi om se atu abeji na ade obi atu aji 4 cedi per gallon every Ghanaian. He didn't read it in the budget. Electricity 24% increase. Are you aware say electricity consumer for the first time in Ghana's history? Yes, I think committee say yes, say meter no na tia na and I have buying charges. Obi, are you aware? Honorable. Obi. Honorable, na feel over. Obi, me see. By the way, what was the outcome of the committee now?
No,
okay. Yes, certain committee bia aban say on say sika dodo na say and this aban eji wa ho no meter no na enya papa na aban no sika rate awa set no tire or dia chichi meter no na mo ye din report e by dey
so far ente ho
yebi uko chambers into one who papa say Dominic Litum. There was a recent report that there was nothing wrong with the meters. The meters are sacrosanct. In fact, the meters are without blemish. The meters are without fault. They are impeccable, Obi. But for say something is without blemish and I am impeccable. Just a sinner. Ye chichi no factory ni sana eti mono. Now so sena dientia o tiemia. Dientia auto electricity enche na asane say aban wei achichiri meter no ama bona kosro ama rate na kosro by over 24%. Just a first utu 100 cedi a week aban no ama akọ 124 Ghana cedi. Obi pato what say 100 to 124. Obi me can shows we so breaking news committee na ko hwehwe meter no mo yes meter no nyina crown problem no NDC aban na aboye ka Obi na ojiska we nyina free ensem now we are close to 14 billion. This government has raked in almost 14 billion Ghana cedis. Let me greet Honorable Tampuli. Obi, he is my senior when it comes to energy. And I pay him a call for lectures. Obi. Or see, this government has collected over 40 billion from ESLA, the energy sector levy, plus the Doomsday levy. Meanwhile, you have outstanding debts of $700 million. You've not been able to knock out these debts with this money. What are you using the money for, Obi?
But sir, Omudi country are $1.47 billion last year in legacy debt.
Obi, so only legacy debts are able to hear. Can't come legacy debts. Obi, let me show you where the money is. Obi, when you go to page 182 of the 304 documents 2026 budget, you will see MDA's expenditure. When you go to Ministry of Defense, about when the Sika and do 2.532 billion Ghana cedis. Down payment for plane 6. Politicians in Shia dear cry. We are gonna know team here. Sika was saying Fango share energy mu na me no nya kaniano. And this ya buy Edi Sika no air to your place. Messi afiwe honorable upon challenging me. And this ya buy air to 2.532 billion Ghana cedis. First payment. Next year, Atofosi Ebabetia 3.532 billion Ghana cedis. Wow. A government that preached on coming to solve Ghanaians' problems can commit close to 6 billion Ghana cedis to buying planes in 2 years. Obi, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia will realign our priorities to our needs. Obi, Messi Mikana, Chese Mwaya Mobo, Omaya, Osi Onyeska, Odibe Hospital, Omaya, Osi Onyeska, Odibe Tia Gas, Unim say it's West Africa Public Ska, Yediomuska, Ka, Nina Kauna Ebreno. Sawa Mino, Naobi, look, I'm saying it on a show. They don't want Ghana, Omon Besa Ghana for better, but Okobo me catch them. Messi NDC Abanwe, or just 6 billion. Eddie Akoto played 6 in 2 years. In fact, by the time I ever do 2029, now NDC Abanwe actually 30 billion Ghana cedis. Now be only in America we know. Sasi Kano, Brofo Freno, the my friend is saying
opportunity cost.
Oh, OB. The meaning say law, no apart from law, say na what's our economics, Obi. Because we MBA, my first year program, and I train me. The money they are invested in place, Sika, and Kabeti Mama, O Chemia, and Ubenya Kamia, and Ajuwe. Okay. It will be running up, no. Ghana for Messi Achia and Answer Buye. Say, dear, the pressure by my NDC are buying. Now I talk fango, Obi ordin the car with Chia, Amayanya Kania. But some day away, Chini say, Yam Bon Pine Yamima and Kwa, na Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Ba, na electricity, no, apart from saying Sabekano, a bono aside Akofom.
May that say, Dr. Bernardo Koboy and your training can see saying 37 minutes after 5 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Na ode o messages no afa so abre ebejemre na yakan amao ma mema the honorable Kofi Bente Akwaba MP for Seshiyoso constituency honorable Akwaba na etesen
nyamiadom
ekoye
papa
Eshia na ache ejumano so obi wangaze ko ya headquarters be frɛ no na se na niam aju kan no bi
emfo no doso o se ni nyina se de jawa na ye de
no go nim say because St. John's first year na
my house prefect no. Oh yeah, no, house 1 St. Francis house, not my house prefect no. Obo me ho by 2 man.
Me show you also we.
Na me school father best friend no. Yeah, it's not me nya sa covering no. Me nya sa covering no pa. Oh wow. Senior Bente, a very senior Bente. No, it's not.
It's a seat. Oh, no, we could free a seat. When we grow, no, be the man who can answer we did no more.
And then the credit in Sushi and
Fennipa.
Someone Sushi for why mistake.
In Suya, you Fennipa.
Yes, the message.
Anyways, you know, my interior, I mean, minim feedback I win from such your power situation, at the same.
Sure. But just a year so for you when the band reachy. Okay. Now, my 5 years so that municipal hold my phone, and I say, you'll be in some town hall meeting. Okay. So, okay, and I said, may come pay my shabo. Doctor, compare me going na manshabo MP ba kwa me compare manshabo me catch me call for say me nshabo e do ba bia be asem crama issue
against you
because now opponents hakan and MP me gina pintin say me nshabo na mum say we also for hwe de me firi de mayo de be gusu ye na wo mo hwe se suma na ye hwe obi suma no so onko gina ye na mu onko ka ya asem no mpremra no kofi mitimi aya na eno ane me message no di tu mu me share catch rom se me konso a me ma ne nko ba se abato obere nko na me no mbedi ahia do bia me be fia ubehia de me be ye no me bo ho amane ya akire wo mu adwuntire bi o mo no mo fama me na me fa nka ho na ye nko to aso nti na wo twetwe mu wasame nso ye town hall meeting okay frɛ adwuma aban adwuma mu mpanifo bi no be ka ye ho konse ne bi wo ha na be fa wo mo ho me de ma be nyina to wo manim eje wo madwenkire ka ye se mra bi bills bi no ma mehu se damanima eba no mo ntunka na de mu fi se we also for ye gina ye ewo sa mra ye ko hye no mo ka metete bi nti last week Constitutional Legal Affairs Committee frame ye ko Alisa be 3-4 days e ko hwe bill nim me kire mu agyen eguso eboa na me sanso ada municipal my phone heads of institution nyina obi ade ba come here ni say and it's my philosophy ade bia wontimi nsusuo ne kese ne ketwa no wontimi hwe so you cannot manage what you have not measured or cannot measure I am a philosophy timi no mu hia me hunu say abanwafo panimfo dodo na edanwuma no wo ho no dodo na ennim yenkuro no so wonnim pa boase ahoho wonnim brekulai wonnim attack compound abede na attack compound ni etwa sa kwantintin kura bedu waso e office no kan bibia
untiase
enti no so me hye o mo say yebekọ apro and it's my waste afi mu yebetin baby a me nkuro bros me nkuro abro ahanu o say we also
ahanu ye 500 o
ahanu ye
50
ahanu ye 2
okay that's 200
more than 200
yeah ahanu na ye 5 okay ahanu ye 200
enti no so me call research ye fa bus payfo di akiri ya ko he nkuro ni bi o hunu and brejuma de but omo atiase do be mu say politicians mo ba enye me buta kra ne politicians ni nyina ne say omo be tiase omo be hu ye ama omo timi adwen ye ho na omo susu nyoma ebe boss e so mpuntu tibi da municipal coordinating director ene na juma efo nyina nye brebi na me pese omo bre na mum de ye no minim say ebe bo afi mu na bi ebe fi say bre but in the next year e kono ebe duru brebi a ma frɛ say manya 10 km roads bi yam fan ko hin wonu abaka se da bi ona bu bia ye call ye na ha compare wose ana eko ma frɛ agric director manya we bi o e be se ye mufu be se 30 acres obe hunu se ha na ye de kwa ye constituent municipality grant na share so kra
na be oni planning officer no
yes and it be I mean lemu wo mu Ninyana so oba ya push na biso. There's no orientation to that extent. Into the otona oye no. Kofi na ba no fi say no be bo about o ma je to me da wo mase. Na masre. Nkani asem de me say we also 1992. Na mi krombo akon ametie wo say we also. Person so kania eba ho. Kania bae. Desine. Sa kania preso e da so e wo ho.
na ye de nim yenyi ya fi se bia e se akoso Bonsu no na enno so anyway yete se be duru biebi no Ghana ye hawa na akofo dum so a doctor aka nyina dum so ansa na mampanyini dada
akofado
John Domani
Mahama okay
na yetimi apeja yenyine mankaden ahoden no every 2000 megawatts atwamu 4000 megawatts say yakasa minim say Ghana ye ndi kura ye generation capacity 5000 and over but after 600
installed capacity
installed capacity enti enya no dia ena na die enti na da bia say we also kan ya yedundum ye call town hall meeting na wetwetwa mu no osofo ba ku bisa electricity manager ka ba ne ba hobi
okay
manager die enti na ye kan ya no edundundum sa manager say na ahoma no nse na wiram
ewa na wiram na eso be no na omwa wo
oh no yeah me say me so 1992 sa na ya ka kire enti me de mani ja anya adwen kire say that same problem cannot be my problem na me sebe me so fa so any say enti manager asem bia ni asase so how bia ni asase so am madwe mu de eni nya no na eni so ano enti de tie bia no mo ma yempe no so ano eni tie nyina obi ahu say no asema Kofi Bentene ne manfo eka no
no cre
mama na nso ha nyiro chimi ba na me pusu ko electricity emergency director me ko no office enu a ukuada ye na wotwe ne no be se 1 hour no office Kofi yampa se wi oso minim ho ba bi opta ni nyina bo account minim ho na mum enye se ye ni ahoden ye be mamu kanea wo problem no ene se ba bia mo kanea no kwan eda emma bibia si a
na to line so yeah
and ambisanse na nie na na jo da su ma ya da na kanea na dum se dua na akobu atoso kra na aduma die enti na ho be 5 minutes so a na ade na so enti ho na akoyi dua no na no se if I say ade pa
yes
o se enti sa wo mo wo control room for no de tie ne se e ba sa o mo ko mfidi no mo ma na kakra he se bia ya de bia tempera no ma tra se o mo so enti o mo na ya ma e ma ne yesa then we can say Mr. Kwame Pepena Pepena die na sesi ame ma ba me na gufom wo de be say na ye kwan na nam say wo se kwan nko ade a me kokko hu ahemfo wo se wi oso na
o se kwan ne se mundo
lines no ho kwan na ye nka ne na mu no ho no be sa be ka bio se eno no de ho abra bio mo try na forest reform so say baby an say ho no forest nti bi wo ha reserve mo so mai kwa ma yen say nam se dey forest for no ma meto ya se asase no ho na se ne bibi eso mfaso na se asase na se ni ho no ntino ye nya de ntina ye ntima no de menime na nanom e ko me ko biem eni ahemfo ko tenase na ya ne forest for ye no be kan kakra de ne ko basa mu odin no so wonti ase a we ko ko jina ne ado ye kwaye no a ban se ye reserve ye ko akodo ye ndo se ye ko wie bibi afiri mu o se ko bunu ase no ne nyina ne se ebebo ye kanea no ho eban because ya maka kire nse nyese ye nia nyuma ho de na emu ehun ntutu bia de a ene ye do hu nyina bia load for to ene ye wie
yes
ene bi sabaya energy commission for say oh ye ni problem with install capacity need generation nemu there's another problem e wo mo ho ene say efri sefi asawen so keto be aye we no ke kwanya to plan kwa kututa busu no ha enye onkwesa ko
etwem kwa double chrome ne we nyina
na asa na chikura ko central region ho dia so yamfru no ho nyina nti yo so station na wana na hwe ho nyina
na hwe ho nyina
na sen kan ye dum e kakra me see me MC o ye hot o ne bibie ne MC o ntimi antram office o mo ko asanso step station ho na adwumefo ko tena ho 3 days me so kan ya so mutimi akom die ntia
me kai say me wo ECG no the major problem we identified was na 1 BSP said you work in the BSP line no e demua besen kwa double current na line ne wa say edue bi ato line ne so the whole line be off.
Why should we
it what they decided they say I think me wo ho no minim so akwadwo aboso na say odu aboso a you see primary substation just to make sure say line no enya tintin from BSP na o ma we say primary substation
yes yeah juma for years but also this is the problem the substation no Esan na chihwa ba be dru tano na no ntimi ense amete bo akonta no so puru ma nyina be nyina no na hwe yen asan so de akwachire no ha
okay
also need the major forest areas it dey be edundum.
I think maybe another BSP e wo mo area ho
no na energy commission papa be chese edru ba bia kan ya dundum no yenti ase ono de office ya nye strategy sebi ya nyi anko chia hwem ntusaso bebre say ya centralize ade no enti hwe ba bia asamen so keto mu station
Asempa FM
do enti bibi kakam ba bi kakra
the whole line or trip
enti die enti na ya nhwe se betimi a decentralize substations no so that say boakon any light kura na nyina brim wo light ya betimi ayama so wenum nyina ye nyoma me fi say de abai ebebie ye me almepa de siapa fi say ye besua de a ye bekọ ye nim na de bia in every tier eusun bia baba wakom ha bia no bibi wo mu a was papa be in every evil there is some good, but you see sometimes ya geni and titi and any politics Dr. Kobo enum ebehwe say adina the black one na woman na no behwe ka enti obenso maybe na papa na woman no dey jato lesson na ye besua dey move akoye nim strategically say energy mix yenye ne say what Africa ni nyina we want to reduce the kilowatt per day say dey be ya power be since when na Dr. Okobo who say every coast for power cheaper say Ghana there since when that ben na doctor who say Cote d'Ivoire ko order we woni mo that ben na who say hoko ha energy no bo e form say Ghana there
NDC say e be do election omo ti be word no more can omo propaganda no why you word I show so what jitu me no na the secretary you no shawa nyina ye nnuafo ma enya botene ntwa solution say what I did no
and Obi
yes
me the abay nyina ne say baby omuka dum so aba foforo ba say dum sie na nyina tete ho na baby ene say your problem ne nye install capacity and integration ne transmission any distribution and you see nyina yegitum say
Asempa FM
energy ministry airborne homodin ECG dey ya friends akosombo dey ya etito ye dey anu me bekofie me ye frame me say ye nya kanea for some time we could do fie nso na me for time kakra we could do fie be 8 me to ye num kanea ma no bodon kwa na jo ye num no and the na better say afi the oma restore the 4 turbines then good it is how we num nyina wo ho na ebetimi asesem omakeka ebetimi asesem dia doctor ma me emfa nye amanyosem wo hu and hydro and thermal na wo sesi ano wo de ye mo ho ban once wo suggest say emfa renewable sources no enka ho e de nyina ebeka ho ama energy cost ever fall enfa MPP enfa NDC
so wo saka to me
enfa David enti eno le bebo ye nyina so that look yetimi amai no akonanim ni bibia na wo say ha ya ye de politics chance no kro mu a yenka no kro no the very politics na fa ho kro de yenka ba at least ye magana fi nyina hunu say de asiesi ano ye ebo ho ebria bi maintenance culture Ghana fo ya giatu na Ghana de penyin bia wo friends adwuma ku mo wajitum na Ghana de ya maintenance culture ebi ne de atoye de enti na ya tra wa maintenance culture say 1992 akane abasa yoso da bia anomadum kanya de one the same thing that's all every these are some of the things that let me say
we also there enye python no
ena men ka wo de o hu se me ka me de na edu na se amu unya kakre ya na wo de usul me se ya tina ho sa banya me adum I know say kwantinti bia e wo na bi I know say the penifo edi gugu akwan mu ye na president no ho agi minister ye benya
political classes 20 na am on the
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in studio Dr. Bernardo Koboy and Honorable Kofi Bente MP. Seshiyoso constituency in the Western North region and Yenewon AD and Komo in the way say OB. Ghana's periodic erratic supply and crisis is largely as a result of the knee-jerk approach in fixing existing power problems, over politicization of the sector, as well as consistency in our inconsistency as a country. I'm wondering how a 24-hour economy amidst the jamboree will see the light of day with this attitude. What happened to solar and other alternative means of power? That's Jomo Pokwase Festus and Odiwe Abrayan. Kofisika say OB. Good evening. Clearly, opposition breeds forgetfulness. Under whose regime did major companies relocate? I don't blame Dr. Koboy for forgetting so soon because it appears it is an MPP opposition ailment. Kofi Sika ena Odiwe Abrayan. Kofi yedase papa. We say Obi, please, I live in Nungwa and work at Teshi. No water in Nungwa, Teshi and La for the past 8 months. I buy a gallon of water for 50 pesos, and even water is not available for purchase. I am Kofi Asante from Teshi, Nungwa. Kofi Asante, Yedase. Obi, good day. My greetings to the incoming Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the NPP. Tell him Big Mo in Canada wishes him well. In the Big Mo, Yedase, for coming through with your messages. Any other business na ansana no ma memfa we into American Electroland Ghana Limited World Cup promo omo se otonioma ewo wonhwa omoma weekly and monthly rewards, big rewards inti say television sets, split air condition, double door fridges, auto grill gas cookers, washing machines, now better sound towers, microwaves, blenders, mobile phones, say Samsung, TCL, Media, Nasco, Otra. Just dial star 928 star 8888 hash and I say call online na this website, register.electrolandraffles.com, to enter our weekly and monthly draws. Na unsu di sika ene achedie bebrea yede ema Ghana for. Into the Electroland say yemfantum anim enono. Syntax tank and so say a tank a would be fie so ama insuo would insuo egum a yawo office. Baby a we hear tank edin insuo egum be a tank near syntax tank a strong a tough. Yawo over 400 agents ewo Ghana. Baby I will be a fraying you be deliver be amount 0244 335 168 na oni yen enkasa okoy en website syntaxgh.com and so ubetima shop online. Syntax tank a strong a tough. New Crystal Hospital omoni Asaiman Municipal Assembly and Asaiman Health Directorate the Asaiman Rising in Good Health campaign no eba. It's a bold community-wide health initiative designed to freely screen over 50,000 residents of Asaiman and in the surrounding communities who are over 40 years. In the ones already over 40 years, you best screen for free. Hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and kidney-related conditions. You be treat you. Now, we mono the leading causes of death in Ghana. In the March near Shase, to the end of this year, 2026, a free into once already over 40 years the screening for free. New Crystal Hospital at Roma. Shase March said the Macano. No zonal councils. There were 7 zonal councils was Simon in the Ebeko Council. So far, March to April. Amuajo zonal council. May a year Remi to June. Bemi zonal council. July yebeye Black Pachona Zonal Council. August yebeye Chinaigbe Zonal Council. September yebeye Mamomo Zonal Council. Na October yaye Mancheman Zonal Council. And then we finish in November with Nieman Zonal Council. And open information I'm a part of 0544 347 239 0544 347 239 na one impanyifo eni nkomo Assignment rising in good health. Your health, your future are commitment. And when good news are a free assignment eba. And we a resident of assignment anytime environs take advantage na nioma enkoye ema. You need to check udi 40 years and above regular health check no na eboa. Imaros home decor say ene mo sidan ya edru se mo be fix mo kitchen sinks, water heaters, water taps, WCs and an open quality brand back in the world arresting water heaters or more water taps, kitchen sinks, WCs papa kitchen sink near the arena chinibi correct if Italy and Imaros home decor akofa ediaba. Good news is that sales ya ma 40% discount. Oko in showroom na oko kotobia ye free delivery across the country. Maybe I will be our Ghana ya be deliver nioma no edi amount. Ye showroom no enkran ha ye ben Kantanka automobile showroom e wa Chemota. Kumasi nso no ye ben Patasi Police Depot e wo Edwenase Road. Fre 0559 650 682 0559 650 682 na only yen any enkomo kai say a free nationwide delivery. Don't miss out on this amazing opportunity. Ekosiisen mesan ababak in studio na maba honorable Kofi Benta MP Sahio so honorable minim any other business here and who's a majority for more press conference for parliament on a car Bank of Ghana abo and other issues egu yapno so ma mintie wode obedi ho nkomo
sure enti here Bank of Ghana na ye hunu se Bank of Ghana mra echichire omudwuma womudie no yes se yenhwe de di kan banka na sika krabia sika hodwuma nyina eso se de be ya yebenya de freno price stability ni nyina ne se nyoma bo enhurufuri basa se de be hwa ye omani a yenkwa yente bebi na ye ka wiase aman ho ye den a ye ne aman foforo no so obedi nkita ho ye sika no wiase nyina nye sika kro no ye die nti ye de sika na bi besesa bi die nti sika no mu sesan no so no Bank of Ghana dwumadie ni se be hwe se Asempa FM aman foforo no sika no enkobro no bebre ma ye sika no ho ahoden enkofom Bank of Ghana o so hwe se manfo enye sika ho si ho ni nyina nyuma eboa eno any Bank of Ghana butaye etichiru Bank of Ghana ye nchichiri Bank of Ghana say bank aka ni nyina wo mu eye edwuma epe faso enti Bank of Ghana de ne dia ne se wonye sa anoma we nwum nyina emaye na sa adwuma na wodie no se the expenses ana ho akohoma bobi eba ya hwe se de ma Bank of Ghana se won fanye sa adwuma no na sunsunsanso na sede a woso ye no faso abaso ana enti se aban betwe scam Bank of Ghana mfanye we Bank of Ghana enche da ni kwan bia e faso enya sika se revenue like no me na me ye mo bank and department and me wonu na me report to my Bank of Ghana enti in the Bank of Ghana those days Bank of Ghana to me sky fines ni penalties ni catch-all fines ni penalties very punitive no din pa say so this ka call Bank of Ghana na wa hwe yi na counterfeit ba ko ekofrema wo be replace na ewie nso a amount to be yes I counterfeit no ya jo 3 times as a penalty so wo this ka ko ho a yenkan table no mo we de oba ya bi bank bi ya bi keji amount for ko gum na lock ni enko dadru say e kan be frɛ na ma be gina ho o machine e kan na frɛ bi shortage na say eso ankoso amount amo mo twere no penalty sika we twia no those are the things that every Bank of Ghana
any scam okay
then banks no kra no from control point of view no enye se odo oni Bank of Ghana be dinkita wona wakonya sa ya bon ho ban say onya on the Bank of Ghana enkunya sembia ma yen charge no ti say no free ho Bank of Ghana meanwhile Bank of Ghana dwuma wo ye de abo man no sika sem stability nyina so e de ekaba ebi ni treasury bills aya wo mu yusue de ntia se bibi omo open market operation ni nyina ne say Bank of Ghana M% ni omo abo be huruhuru no ntino ye nim say ni omo abo so be huruhuru a sika dodo won kofo botom na se sika no dodo na chesi ehwehwe ato no kuma bia e ma ni omo abo ekosoro Bank of Ghana sisi mo hunu sa na wa ye interest rate say o mo fa sika meto treasury bill instrument enti or the interest no that down wa na odo sika no akọ na indirectly usika na free ubotum ema wo konkodo don to tonioma sebi basa ma nioma bo enkosoro ensi hu no interest na ode atoso no okofesika wa he no de etuama ko ede ya so oje no boso miensa boso minsia afi baako ebeso ama odo sika ama inti ede sa de na oye ede aboa ma tika nioma bo enhuruhuru no Bank of Ghana ebebo ho ka obeye sika no ewen jesa ban eboa Bank of Ghana say yedi ene aman hodo no edidwa nti ede ya esika no bi be kwa koye aman foforo so esika yenso yete account me accountant ye prepare your financials accounting report no ye no in Ghana cedi nti se ko base wo japade adodo na Bank of Ghana de wo japade esika ewo sika foforo bi mu a eduru se wo ye wo account ana ewo so wo dane eba Ghana sikam and no team momunya surplus ana loss if you evaluation loss or surplus ene Ghana cedi ehun akoye din nti abire bi etwa mu se no mu wo sika bi wa manone a eye dollar sika foforo a wo mu nkrata mu no ma twere se wo sesa ka ba Ghana cedi mu a eye million aduasia ene cedi na ehun aye din ntinu se sika kro na wo dane de ba Ghana sika mu a ebisa akoye bi American million aduonu 20 million Tebasa eho waboka eye accounting records ne eho ka enti sa no ma we nyina no ye de ye ntimemfo de ehwe ne se de de ahyebu semo nje no a mo ye de abon yen ka no eson faso a eye mo asede no yenya ana ye nhwe sesi Ghana ene ma hwe ma ye ya me hwe wo mo financial Bank of Ghana kontabuo no na we hear car governor we ni na pound for beto ye be 61 in fact dem cry ye omo equity capital sika abandia ma wo mo say munye emfa because da bia o say aban mo sika no body eduru bi na asaya negative 61 or 62 billion e bia be kan ho say aye kase ahuri akọ be 90 something ni nyina ne say tika womo edebo womo dwumadie no ho kwa if ya katua odumefo katua na maka Bank of Ghana enye sika bi esi abanso no ani atenti omu nya womo fine womo nya sika bi abiem tis aban mo musika na mto omu nya no revenue obviously it will go to their bottom line which is negative return any revaluation afi na me adum ye cedi no ho aye dia ma from cedi na ebrebi ye tono 15 cedi dollar 15 cedis per dollar no ene abedu 10 point something it is a Bank of Ghana sika Ghana ye sika na ewu nyina Bank of Ghana converted ba we say abe kakra bi we num nyina ana ma wo so anya negative surplus ni bi e de account but the bottom line is sell who need business Bank of Ghana nyewo business enye wasede se wunya mfaso na se ye bo ho ka we nyina e de na wo de aye ama Ghana ewo price stabilization ewo exchange rate stability ewo ye economy ewo interest rates amanfo ko gisika kra so ene se ene inflation sika friends and no man boa ehuru afi akwa sese ekese do 3 point something from 23.8 and then exchange rate dollar wo de yen ko say average market crowd 11 cedis 11 point something there ubenya from 16 cedis the Bank of Ghana wotimi achieve the purpose but ayenti a ye de si ho no wotimi ayama na enti we nko ye te say bra bi de na eka no baaye nanso ni nyina achi no na inflation in 55%. Eka no baaye nanso ni nyina chiri na ye $1 ba kun 17 cedis. Eka no baaye so na interest rate ni nam 35% and Ghana high interest rate bi no do 10%. many bank bi no din sa wo so a 10% interest rate na omode ma enti sankasa na Bank of Ghana eye na dwuma de ene na nka ye hunu se de enti a ye chichire Bank of Ghana de enti a ye de si ho no ye nya so emfa so ye wi a ye susu ahwe se e ka aban Bank of Ghana hu nyina na ye tutu sanfa so de ne nyina cost benefit analysis e ka no fa so eye se Bank of Ghana de anko mususu dua pa ne se abrebia ka aban bebo mo hu Mumiehu or man faso and I think say we had 2025 or more financials are a na a munchi to made the Mahuna Bank of Ghana abono because a year Bank of Ghana we need to count for free by beer this one sa a buying sika at the Juma na or man so ye ni padodo no and no money nya so for so say there any Bank of Ghana or my
yeah but I think the main question has been last year, I think 2024, time Honorable Atto and then Minority Leader a lady demonstration against BOG governor. No, now that time was in the region of $9 billion in the 60 billion Ghana cedis at the time, and a Ajampico $15 billion. I mean, for everything that was said then, nobody expected say under an NDC government, the Bank of Ghana, Krabe Boka. In these terms,
and not there. So obi bisasa asem na me sampe brebiu enkyerechire no accountant bu Bank of Ghana accountant bu na masre so say enam say Bank of Ghana ye Ghana adwumaku
yes
na yete Ghana ha o man konkron Ghana de ho sovereign nation no sikasam ni nyina no mumienka no Ghana
cities sure
good enti maka say Bank of Ghana onye dwuma bia o ma enye faso se banks ni nyina eye o ma dwuma Bank of Ghana ni rule na said de obey nyina ye supervisory pe onya captain free obia eho bank bia kra nko no so okoje besia because bank want me mobilize ye my bank captain and sana bank bi kra so okọ Bank of Ghana ho ne ho akire na akọ sika no na bia wa trade wa call interbank market of all the 23 banks ye nim ye ho there's a platform kra ye trade say me your bank na ko ba se me hia sika kakra enye Bank of Ghana na me ko medical call DCB ABC be team banks no na your platform credit to say the host ka be man overnight borrowing e trango sa na de amano enti the Federal Bank of Ghana lender of last resort and Standard Bank bi kra be ko ho no na we chin na fefo nyira so a we nya bi enti Bank of Ghana de e be ye din say banks no nyina e je wo modwuma yi a obenya kapre kra se na afi operate ye no nya
sika se
ti sika bia wo mu di wo ho sika wo mu di ye adwuma nyina o ye regulator aban na bo no ho ekaka sa aka no so no se wunya revenue na wunya expenses a ubewie no wo bottom line ho no ebe ye negative nti ji sa aban ema wo capital die nti a bere bi etwa mu na eye asem ne se eka no ye yabo Bank of Ghana nanso de was a Bank of Ghana yema yenso yenya so faso ni nyina nso anye yi nti ho de I say so tromienu yema bo ho ama mani ha mabo ho ka say ye de we mami ade no so a wantimi anye nti se mama wusika se fa yes aduma die nyina mami na ni nyina achi inflation ya price stability nyoma bo enkosoro na kuhuru ya du 50.54% dia ene na de nti na say me bo ho ka nti nkofo be kasa se ya ma sika ya to ye bo fa ye we nyina se ye Ghana sika no ho be ye din exchange rate e ho be ye din na dollar na ebire bi eto 4 point something na ni nyina kai bo ho nyina ti no dollar na koduru 17 cedis dia ene na wa ka me bo ho no mfaso amaso it said the order wo ba ko suku akotwa de nyin ba say FF free fly from France FF na na mfaso na mum so bo ba no ka 1 million na wo ba wie suku obeba no abonso wuro be fi wo kanyina wo nkasa didi enti abire bi Ghana fo amanyofo yewurato force no nyina ka ho ye nyina ye kasa ye ne se ka Bank of Ghana boy no sunsun sa Ghana Bank of Ghana de dey obeboka nanso so oboka me yenye sunsun so papa eno na yenya enti ama ye kasa ho be ne de ye hunu se Bank of Ghana onyamfa so onya dwuma bia nyamfa so mfiri ba bia aban be bon hoka na mum ye bon hoka dia it said ye dina ko suku o so de resource papa ebreyen resource papa ni bi ne 3 for inflation result papa ni bi ni exchange rate CDS say I turn 10.3 10.5 results papa ni bi ni say akọ bank a interest rate bi na 10% no eno de na ye ba na ye de no cost ku ko bon ho ka na hu say wa bon ho emodin wode ya bon ho ka de nanso wode results certificate papa abafi
in minority no intimi and refer mu to in some amuka in opposition
and my church the no so bia so baba me play this way min krakata bia common economics ne banking obia onimu no enim enti men ko campus Bank of Ghana profit see the basics the bottom line and the church mu an say Bank of Ghana onye adwuma bia nyamfa so UBA ba ye adwuma open ye ko pesika na ya beton sika no na nyamfa so nti banks you dey here April every more problem say o finance be a competition yeah nyamfa so Bank of Ghana enka ho bi ono dey aban na be hwe no dey mo aban hwe wo dey a Bank of Ghana also dey to sanso papa nti won ye tie yen ne wo mo a minority kika sansem ni nyina no you see politics edu ba bi a me hwe alam say politics edu ba bi a na head nche say wunu bi a wunim ni pa say me na tie bi a classroom any economics yesu aye account you achata tax you nimu now so politics the ones who are press conference now wa kasam na nto be wie no na yesia chira I say anniversary we dey me mo bia me tu futuro bia ngu Ghana fo ani yenim Bank of Ghana mra de hye ye de ahye wo mo na adwuma wo so wo mo ye yenka so mo adwuma no o ma ya na se ka na ya bo wo mo no esunsun sanso e ma ye de a ye ne o mo enye bi enka.
That's fine. So utie me na wa adwentra 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 enti bomoden na wa adwentra de afaso brain Dr. Bernardo Koboy na e wo se ojayen ho ekokotoa adwuma bi so ewo baby nti he's had to leave us to attend to some other very, very important issues. And so one Dr. Okobo in Kabiwa na inchimu ewo enono. We say Obi, isn't it crazy that the financials have not even been released? That's why you just said $15 billion. That figure is 15 billion Ghana cedis. The majority has engaged in premature ejaculation because this isn't even a talking point. Nana B Ewo East Legon. This one says, Obi, so today the Bank of Ghana can make losses. Hey, Kofi Owa Denta and Udiwe Abraying. Let me see the other message we have here. We say, Obi, Dr. Okoboy lied when he said there was water in the previous administration from the water treatment plant. It is not a fact. I live in Spentex and work in Nungwa close to the Wulomos Palace. Frederica Uo Nungwa. Thank you. Obi, good day. My name is Kobe from Nungwa. I want to draw your attention to the water crisis situation at Nungwa, Teshi and its environs that has gone on for almost a year now. I remember this was discussed on Ekosiisen somewhere early this year. And the Ghana Water PRO or someone from Ghana Water Company confirmed confidently that the problem was going to be over by the end of January 2026. We are almost ending April and it's still the same. We get water flowing in our taps only once in the week, and that doesn't even last for 24 hours. My area, for instance, gets the tap flowing only on Fridays after 9 a.m. So imagine the working class that leave home before that 9 a.m. and gets back by 6 p.m. In effect, they will be without water for the entire week again. This is very frustrating and making life very unbearable. Can you please call the authorities of Ghana Water on this issue for us? Thank you. Kobe Unungwa Yedase. Obi, good afternoon. What is the hula balu relative to power generation? The government is really performing, hence the NPP must spare us this wahala. Again, I'm so surprised to hear the NPP demanding for accountability on D-levy. This is clear hypocrisy and just noise making, and that's noise making to attract the attention of some Ghanaians because of political power. But trust me, it would rather keep them in opposition because they are rather annoying Ghanaians due to their abysmal performance in government. Question is, did they account for the e-levy when in government? At least from this D-levy, this government has paid over $1.4 billion to the IPPs. That's why we don't hear of agitation by the IPPs, which were rampant under their incompetent rule for 8 years. Papa Bisiu or Spintex here in Accra. Obi, good day. Dr. Bernard Okoboy was spot on. In 1995 to 1996 elections, the NDC peddled untruths to the Ga people that if they vote for Kufuor, he would send the sea to Kumasi, and my Ga people believed it. I came to Ghana and realized that the NDC built a wall of lies so that the truth could barely penetrate. Nana B. Ewa London, Nana Yedase. We say Obi. Please ask the NPP executives for me that what are they doing about Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. My name is Amwako Eric in Ablekuma. Obi, good evening. We only get water flowing through our pipes once a week in Nungwa, so if you are not home on either Thursday or Friday, then you are doomed. Solomon Uo Nungwa. Obi, good day. The water crisis at Nungwa is true. My area, Odiko in Nungwa, has been without water for the past 1 month. Albert Uo Nungwa. Indeed, the Nungwa issues no very, 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 very real. We say Obi, when they increase tariffs by 29%, why won't they make more revenue? Sometimes. Okay. Medase, I don't understand your message and what you are driving at. Tibomodena may some more information we say KG Shabashi Wejagbawe. Obi, good day. My name is I am a teacher in Wejagbawe municipality. I want to share an experience we had at a clinic called Demonstration Clinic. We rushed a learner there after the child got injured at school. As teachers, these children are in our care. Their parents entrust them to us. When an accident happens, we cannot wait to call a parent who may be far away. We must act immediately to save the child. The staff at Demonstration Clinic were very professional and attended to us well. We appreciate that. But what baffled me was the registration process. Before treatment, we were told to go and buy a folder, go and do a card and pay for it. This should be swift. When a child arrives in school uniform, in a critical condition, and in the care of a teacher, emergency care must come first. It is not the teacher's fault that the child got hurt, yet we are made to spend our own money and waste precious time on bureaucracies while the child suffers in pain. Teachers need protection. The government should have a clear policy. Any student brought in by a teacher in school uniform must receive immediate free emergency treatment. No charges, no delays for folders or cards. We are acting in loco parentis. Let the system support us so we can support the children. Thank you. KG Shabashi Wejagbawe Odie Enono Yadase 0548 443 523. Odo message by Bekai Amam. Obi, please kindly greet your panelist for me, especially Dr. Okoboy, the incoming Greater Accra NPP chairman. Obi, please, what is the NDC MP saying about the Bank of Ghana losses? The man should come again with his explanation. We have all seen what they spoke about, and they are repeating the same mistake. Like my senior comrade Kwabena Bomfe will say, and I quote, men are trapped by their own words, but cows by their horns. From Okohene, Asante Kwetia, Ekropon Equiapem, Salem Street, Abuasa, ena odiwe abrayin yeda se papa. You can also come through with yours 0548443523 orabla kayen sima enson inti yen hwene yen wrap it up but before say obebem no we say obi. This current BOG governor and the finance minister are the only two since independence to have walked into their offices with a reserves position totaling about 9 billion USD. That singular reserve position, coupled with a debt renegotiation and substantial debt write-off / savings under the IMF program, are two of the major reasons for Ghana's current economic stability since 2025. No other governor or finance minister has met such a positive and comfortable reserve position in Ghana's history. Big Boss Canton Edie Enono. We say Obi, politicians are quite fascinating, especially those associated with the NDC. This NDC MP's words make you ponder whether Ghanaians are indeed childish. Sometimes patience is necessary. Ejakwejo or Dallas, Texas. Obi, good evening. Wonder shall never end. Did I hear Dr. Okoboy say that Dr. Baumia has promised to make electricity more efficient and affordable when given power again? The attempt to rebrand Dr. Baumia as an effective leader in waiting is, in my view, dead on arrival. Ghanaians are not likely to overlook recent experiences they encountered under the NPP so easily. From where I stand, it will take time, perhaps a long time, for confidence in the NPP to be restored after what many consider a period of poor governance. Today's voters are more attentive and will judge based on their lived realities, not just campaign promises or political spinning, as Okoboy is doing this afternoon. Thank you. Paul De Suso, Owo Worcester in Massachusetts, and Udiwe Apraying. Yes, Honorable, final words, me pacho.
Yeah, Bank of Ghana the any Minister of Finance the Ghana yeah tika sem economy abedro no enye no nko na say omo dem rabin so ba ahihye eba policy by parliament.
Yes.
Ghana accelerated national reserve accumulation
program. Sure.
No so and they say me so obi ka say o ma ya de Asempa say wo 9 point something billion reserve. Yeah, reserve no say reserve no say o man no ye exportu ana ye nyama no ni sika bia kura bosumi num ni akire Ghana ye import pa ase ne say 5 point something months na kire say bosumi num ni akire Ghana betimi akra no ma say ye nye sika bia no sika mu amano kra ye bi o man no
Asempa FM
eno mo sa den hihye abase eno kura so Minister for Finance Pompesses ye sidi na ho ko ba se meduru baby wiase nyina ye kansika enia hode na ye Ghana sidi ne beto ye bio enti parliament yemfa ye nsanhye nkrata ase enhye aban bi obeba ministry ne Bank of Ghana say sanhye we ye de ato in the next by 2028 no Ghana it was a international reserve sika e wa manoni a ye de kra neoma ba anya etime de kra neoma bo sume edu enum 15 months of import cover eno hunu nyina ne Bank of Ghana adwuma wo mo bayinti yesre Ghana for Bank of Ghana enya adwuma ku a pemfa so na mmom ete se de wo mo ye aban adwuma wo mo e wo Ministry of Education yetua teacher for ka yetua directors ka yetua mo ka ni nyina no kai se womo mfaso bia emma wosika mu se omakoton bibi anase omko yen school na bibi se e de abra ban na emmum e kana aban abo wo eso mfaso ene sen ye nwumasua e ko sense Ministry of Education se Ministry of Health ye yapomudin sam no etesen adwumafo no yetua moka ye we num nyina amam makadie programs am organize nyina Bank of Ghana monso saa na motie aban adwuma monfa so sika bia emma na emmum aban be bom hoka ye bom hoka wi a nhihye ya amramu wo se mo ye de boa o man mpuntu no ye nya na eno eni susu dia ye de susu Bank of Ghana the Bank of Ghana enti say Ghana Commercial Bank wono de sa aban sika wo mu aban bo twen say afia no edura obetua dividend e de ama ba obenya mfaso aban ebebra aban sika sika obenya no Bank of Ghana ente say electricity company e expect say ono oton bibi also nya mfaso eba na mmom eka Bank of Ghana ye bebo no ho te say de aban adwumaku bia ye bo no ho no eso mfaso no ni susu dua ebo nyoma bo say enhurufiri ye CD Ghana sika no say entity empansam yen Ghana fo say e kra nyoma dollar no ye bebre ewo ho Bank of Ghana ye bon ho ka hwe say sika ho
Asempa FM
ba fom amadwadifo anya bi enu ntina guta fo eno maka say economic situations a omom sisia no de omode omahunu say abambia ntimi anya sa eboa edwadie eboa dwuma agise sebi bia wo a wonya dwuma na nkwa wonya dwuma na oje bosime ketua ka hunu say sesia ne omabo ne oman se de mu sikasem ho akodin no wanso ahoto ne bia no nti Bank of Ghana hyehyɛ no saa na etie selema mo bia ntufuturo ngue ne sɛ Bank of Ghana de enti abire bi maka nsa nka bi oni twato sɛ de enti abire bi kasa ya ne sɛ yeba Bank of Ghana ho ka de no ko school okosua de secondary school okoye no okubo okofibra ama faso a resource na ne ehwe fi no ebi no or the FFF ne ba fie enti ne ma yekasa ho na fie de yeba no ko school no
or the na ba fie. The Honorable Kofi Bente, a Member of Parliament, Seshiyoso constituency in the Western North region, my senior in St. John's School, second D, and a Member of Parliament, Medindi Osei Bonsu, from Yobinyame Adomoa, a Juada Ochna a holiday for Muamuni, Ochna a May Day, the first day of May 2026, to Ochna a holiday, and God willing, we'll be back here on Monday with Ekosiisen. Yes, sorry, Asempa here. And yeah, they air to so have a fantastic evening and enjoy the rest of our programs. Good evening.